Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Noel, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I'm trying something different. I'm outside trying to show the full moon. I don't know if that is possible. Yeah, there it is. There's full moon right there. So I'm sitting out here on my would-be porch of about 4 years now that I still haven't finished. And I got my camping light here to try to see what kind of light. I got this contraption around my neck, which is puts my face a little close to the camera, but I was trying to adjust it more so that you could see the full moon. Alex, how are you? Yep, that's true. Last full moon of 2023, and there it is. It's actually 1 or 2 days off of full, so it's on the hey off the hook. Aloha, Bakacho. So this camera's going to be bouncy a little bit, so my forgiveness. And it took me a few minutes to um, get things set up. Duggar's out here running around. I got this thing around my neck that is holding the camera at the moment. Can you see the picture all right? What did I just do? Oh, there it is. I reset the camera to horizontal versus vertical. And so I don't know how things are going to work out with the chat room. It pops up and then it don't. But you don't necessarily have to see my ugly face. But I did want to share the full moon with you. And I got this 420 in my pocket. I was shooting for 1220, but I missed it. So if y'all missed your 420s, 420s, if you missed your 20 after and it's a little like 430, 430, listen to me. 1230, I'm fixing to have my 20 um there. Yes, it's slightly overcast here and slightly, it's not really foggy, but it is definitely misty. And that moon looks a lot bigger than it does without the camera. That's weird. It's like, of course, if I try to look up, let me look. Yeah, it looks bigger on the camera actually than it does in real life. That's strange. But it's like almost straight overhead. Woo-wee, that was fun. We are live and in color in South Georgia. And I was out here earlier and there were that's Duggar in the distance. He's at the neighbors. Damn it. I can tell by his bark. He's chasing a cat somewhere. And if I call him, he won't come. Doggone it, I hate when my critter runs off and makes noise someplace else. Duggar! My voice carries a long way. Duggar! You can hear me a half a mile away. Hey, Chloe. Alex still there? There's a full moon still. I'm trying to turn my head away from the microphone. Did it kill you? Strange vibes in the last few days. I would absolutely agree with that, Opti Hook. And that's sort of why I was like, in my proverbial dream state the other last few days of being sick and in the fetal position, I was like, in order for me to progress just as a human being, if I continue to sit in a chair and it's warm inside versus outside where it's chilly and I'm out of my comfort zone, but I want to look at the full moon and I want to share it with you. And I got, was thinking of stuff in my head and it's like, how can I share the full moon if I'm sitting in my chair in the house? That's not very conducive, right? I want to do something too. Hang on a sec. That's easier on my eyes. It's got several settings on it. Well, he quit barking. I don't hear any snarling. And I figured if you knew that I was here, it didn't matter how bright it was, because I'm more trying to share the moon and conversation. So it's not that you got to see my face all lit up or something. But I was more for I want to be outside and out of my comfort zone. I like to go outside. I'm gonna put, yep, yeah, to listen and check. Yeah, good to see all of you. Um, so everyone kept telling me over the last few weeks the bright light was what? Oh, dang, it fades out. I can't see the chat. Okay, that's all right. Wait, what's this button here? Top chat. Nah. Live chat. All messages are visible. Let's try that. All right, we'll see how that works. All right, so you can still see the full moon over the top of my head. And the house is like, right there, right behind me. There's the window into the house. Duggar hadn't come back yet, by the way. Uh, so in my conversation with self earlier, it was like, so what could be the topic for a full moon? There it is at the end of my cigarette, which is still not lit, which is a good thing, It's a good thing. But so, what good thing for a full moon than to talk about Sasquatch, you know, or to talk about fairies? Or me, I'll talk about aliens all the time, and y'all jump in the chat room of if you have anything you want to add. Okay, so as many of you know, and I'm going to briefly kind of go over some of the some of the a couple of the sightings or experiences that I've had, and if any of y'all want to chime in or something, but what seems to also be going around here at the end of the year. So last night, while saying goodbye to my friends, I mentioned the light we were looking at. Well, there's a light. You could follow that one. That's the hollow moon, right? That's the moon where the aliens live. That's not Venus, and swear it just completely disappears. What? The bipedal wolf sightings are increasing. Hey, Tracy B, what y'all doing? How did last night go? How do you think it went with me doing cards? I'm not looking for accolades now. I'm just woke up today going, wow, that was intense. My 10 minutes drive, I watched the last night. It's awkward. Not as well. You mean last night was a good night, Barry? It felt good when I got done, you know, but I slept all day long. All day. Here's Duggar. Where you been? Huh? Where you been, my dog? Don't you knock off my coffee. I'll be in argument with you. Sorry if this camera be jumping around, y'all. I got it on this thing that's hanging from around my neck. And I have tried it, but not in this position before. And of course, I'm outside. Hey, Mark. Hey, how are you there? So, you better not be eating cat shit. No, he stole some cat food. Okay. Eat the crunchies. He goes over to their bowl and gets a mouthful of them and then walks away about 10 feet and then munches on them. He's a strange dog, I tell you. But so anyway, I wanted to share the full moon, what's left of it. Tomorrow it should be markedly different. And, we've had this little bit of a, there's cool weather behind me. I'm facing south right now. And the moon is sort of on my, it's more east from where I'm sitting right at this moment. Okay. It's not straight overhead, so it's a little east of me. In other words, it's still rising. Okay. But this, from looking at it here, it doesn't look like a bad view, camera wise. But anyway, so was listening to a couple of broadcasts and podcasts and things, catching up on spooky stuff and what people are talking about, especially here at the end of the year. And so it's like, aliens are always a subject, but Bigfoot and Sasquatch and stuff, and it's like I have been in some very remote areas, even in Montana, and I guess that was Montana. We were in South Dakota, and I've been all up and down along the Appalachian Mountains. I have been as far north for me as Virginia. I've not camped any further north in the Appalachians than southern Virginia, very western Virginia, into Tennessee and Kentucky and over there. So, but a lot of points south along the Appalachian Trail in different places, especially in North Georgia and North Carolina. And I can tell you that in some of those places, that because I always picked the furthest place off the main trail. If I was driving down a gravel road and saw a cutoff, I went up the cutoff. But I always had maps too. That's the other thing. So I always believed in topo maps, and people now use GPS and all this other kind of stuff. I want a physical map that I can lay out on the hood and find out where the hell I am. you know, and it's for me, it's worth the price of the money. My card reading was just as confirmation of what I knew now, but 7 gender. Oh, that's interesting. So last night was a success in that respect, huh? I did not bring something to wipe my nose with. You eating all the cat's food. You cheat. I fed him earlier. What are you doing, huh? What are you doing eating the cat's food? What are you doing eating the cat's food? Huh? You're not supposed to be doing that. He's like, Papa, give me a... I would rather him do that than to eat the cat's poo. He was barking out the window one day, this just this last week, and I was looking out there, and Duggar was out there. I don't know, it's about 60, 70 feet out there, and in the field, and there was a cat taking a dump, right? And I said, "What are you barking at?" And he was woo, 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 giving this little pig, and I said, "The cat's taking a dump. Leave him be." And so he was like looking out the window and wagging his tail, and I was like, "What the hell, right?" So a few minutes later, not really thinking, I let him out. Where does he go? Directly to where that cat shit in the yard. And the next thing you know, he's out there eating the cat shit. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm hollering out the window at him. I kept come to the door and I was like, don't you? And he's just like, what? It's nice and warm and gooey. Like, son of a bitch. I got a cat shit eating dog. But he's like, what? It's nice and warm. Kitty caviar. Yeah, oh shit is absolutely. And but I mean, I just couldn't believe. I mean, literally like 3 or 4 minutes after the cat had took a dump, I figure I figure he would like not think about it. It was okay to let him out, and that no, he really would not go for the cat poo. Uh-uh. I opened the door and it was like broom, 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 right to the cat poo. I was like, Duggar, no, please, Jesus. And then he wants to come back and lick my face. And I'm like, no, no, no. You need some mouthwash twice. Let me get some Crest in your mouth. What is the biggest thing that will kill germs, especially after you eaten cat poo? You know, Goodness gracious me. But yeah, I'm off the hook. Let me have another one here. So I hope y'all are doing well. But anyway, there seems to be a lot of discussion, and maybe it's because it's winter time officially now. And happy solstice, y'all. Winter solstice, a couple of days ago. So when there's almost a full moon at I can't tell what time it is. It should be about 1:45, right? What time is it? 18 minutes. Yeah, it should be about quarter about 12:45, right? Eastern time. Could you hear that in the distance just now? There's an airplane. I don't know if that's gunfire or fireworks. It's really rapid fire if it's gunfire. So one of the reasons that brought me out tonight, not just the full moon and wanting to share that when however possible, but it was to try out the camera and this gizmo around my neck. But a couple of hours ago now, there were coyotes, okay, the trickster, down I'm facing south right now. And so the way I'm facing it would be south and often where's the camera off in this direction, off to the lighted side of my face. And so off in that direction, there was one, then two that started yipping. And within 15 seconds, there were at least 6 or 8 other coyotes because I'm like, there's one. And then you could tell that there was a couple of them that were like a little more further to my right on this side. And so there's a little bit more to the right. And then a couple more, and they were just a yipping and a howling, and a yipping. And I mean, you might think of coyotes howling and yipping like that out west, but uh, no, I'm in South Georgia, right? So, and the fact that there is, and they're not very far off. They're a lot closer than I'm like, well, wait a minute. If I can hear Duggar up the hill or down in the woods, and these guys are yipping, then they're just, they're less than a mile away. And what's Mark got? Little Alice won't even what? I I can barely see the thing on a full moon. It's common. Yeah, well, that's true, but it was how many of them there are, how early, I guess, because the moon was barely coming up. Massachusetts, what? I wish the the chat would stay up longer. Sorry about that. It comes up, then it's like, oh, there it is. Oh, and there it goes. So, but anyway, so I wanted to come out here and see if I could pick up any evening noises, like if the owls usually are hooting and supporting the moon, and whether or not the coyotes would come back out. Hope everyone find a wonderful Christmas. Yes, you too. Sleep well, Miss Tracy. I agree here. Just wanted to get on and share some more time, and but also share the full moon. So, but with Bigfoot and stuff going on, in places in Montana and up in Idaho and Canada and folks further south too. And I got to thinking, I said, there is a vast amount of swamp in my backyard. And I want to go back down on the river because there are some places down there, like I've talked about that place on the river with the fairies that showed up in the middle of the night and danced in the mist for me and showed me all the way home on the a section of the Oclockney River I'd never been before. Do I think Bigfoot is an alien species? That was one of the things that's been tossed around. And here is my sort of answer to that. What if Bigfoot was a Wookiee? You know? I mean, seriously, what if Bigfoot was a Wookiee? Um, so I I don't think that Bigfoot or those type of critters. There's a lot of fire. It's a little late, even for me and my neighbors, to be shooting off any fireworks. But there goes another. I don't know what they'd be shooting at this time of night. And they're on the other side of the road, back behind the hill back there. They're off to my this side of me. Hey, Travis, don't hear anything. You don't. It's off in the distance for sure. That's weird. See, if I was in the house, I would not have heard any of that. Even though it's off in the distance, I know which neighbor it is. Do I have an orchard close by? Like what kind? No apple or pear orchards, nothing like that. There are a lot of pecan trees around here, pecan trees. A lot of peanuts were grown around here this last year, and cotton, of course. Not so much corn, but a lot of peanuts. Goodness gracious. A lot of peanuts, which is good. I would much rather them be growing peanuts than some other crops that require different type, like cotton requires defoliant. And defoliant, as much as they say it doesn't affect the environment, it does. No matter how well, now they've gotten better at it. Years ago, I screeched and hollered and jumped up and down about defoliant, and they should not deploy defoliant right next to a public road. And because it lingers, and people who drive by have is there a pecan orchard right across my street, and they have these something. It faded out. I didn't get to see the end of that. It seems that if somebody will add something, even if it's just like okay, it brings up the last bit of chat, and I can catch the last half. By the way, you don't have to say much. Just put a K. Wait, take bird cannons that go off and they sound it's too it's to scare the birds. We don't have anything like that. We just have crazy neighbors. You know, we're we're all rednecks around here. Anybody that's shooting off something on a Thursday night at this time of night has got to be a redneck. They got to be a redneck. You got to be a redneck to be shooting off stuff in the middle. You got to be a redneck. I don't. You're not normal. You got to be a redneck. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep this camera from shaking all over the place. I'm laughing so hard. Oh my goodness gracious. Of course, I don't know how Elderberry feels about it. You still there, Barry? I don't know how Barry feels about it, but if he and I were together, we'd be making all kinds of noises, racket in the middle of the night. I could just see him, especially, but my dog running around and this dog running around. I sit and I say, come here, Duggar. I'm trying to see if I could get him in the camera frame here. Oh, good. Sit down. Yeah. How you doing there? What are you being scared for? Oh, it is a little chilly out here. You can't see Duggar. Come here. Hang on. No, bad light. You want to go in the house where it's warm? Huh? You want to go back in? It's warmer in there. I guarantee. In a few minutes, oop, don't you knock over my coffee? Well, he's right there. It's hard to get the right angle with the this, but got me all charged up. Yeah, well, let's see. Let me get the camera back here to. There you are, Duggar boy. Here, just sit down there. Just sit. Sit all the way down. Y'all get you warm. Here, just there you go. There you go. Just sit still. There you go. Just sit still. I feel you. He's just a shaking. See, I'll get you warm. Just hold still. Just hold still. Yeah, see, there's the corner of the house is like the edge of the roof is like right there. See, so we only got that much time before the moon is going to shift beyond the house. And the moon will still be there, but I might not be. That might be a good time. It's only been 30 minutes, so but anyway, I thought it'd be fun just to share this evening. But in talking about Bigfoot and stuff, so some of the conversation is that Bigfoot is an alien, and I would say that we're all aliens. You know, and I think that there are certain species who have been transported here, and I think they're too smart. Um, I think they're too smart to have just been left here by mistake. I think they sort of volunteered, is my overall take on it. Because the Sasquatch have left, presents for people and tennis shoes and stuff outside of camp that weren't there earlier, and just stuff. So it's like they have an intelligence that's that borders on the trickster and so forth. And the stories of the Sasquatch go back thousands of years, so it's not like they're new, but I think that they're sort of like, mountain lions in that they have territories and that they have been there for a long time, and that they hunt and do, in their territories, whether it be tribal or not. So, there are a lot of folks who just Sasquatches of this or of that. And I think they're overplaying it. Sasquatch or Sasquatch. That's who they are. It's like a buffalo is a buffalo, a bear is a bear, a Sasquatch is a Sasquatch. They're not the in between of us in some kind of evolutionary scale. I think that's hogwash. I do. I think Sasquatch, I think Sasquatch is its own, but like Wookiees, okay? I would agree that they're more like Wookiees than anything else. And that, why not? Why not Wookiees? Why not? Why can't they be Wookiees? But does that mean they're so? How would you classify if you saw, uh, I can't think of his name now, the Wookiee character, right? If you saw him and you said, would you think that he was smart if you hadn't seen Star Wars? What's his name? Moon looked like that last night here. And Travis, whereabouts are you? Chewbacca. Thank you. So, but I mean, if he'd come up and went, Indiana, oh, okay, so you're about almost due north of me. I'm just in thinking you're almost straight due north of me. Yeah, if I ever get up to Ohio, we should try to get together, at least for coffee. But oh, there's one of my kitty cats. But so if you had met Chewbacca in the outback, there, like for me, there's all this swamp area and woods and stuff in my right, just 100 feet to my right, camera right, stage right, the the side of my face right. But anyway, so if I'd heard it out in the woods, I was going to go poo myself. Well, I don't think we have Sasquatch here. but there have been what they call the swamp ape, and and there have been some weird things that I have seen in the swamp late at night and early morning. Now, it has not been recently, and that's one of the things. Who even comes up with that? What? But so there have been things that people around somebody's farms or something that have just been moved, and just there's a lot of swamp area, a lot of swamp area. So my neighbor up here on the top of the hill owns this 25 acres that goes down to the river, right? And I was thinking earlier tonight that the swamp thing. But yeah, and having lived in Florida and grown up in the swamps down there before Tampa got as big as it is now. But thank God they preserved some of those wetlands. Thank God. And so another reason I'm out here, if y'all see an orb fly by, I was sort of wondering to see if you should put a trail cam out there. Yeah. Well, I haven't been able to walk to the river. I made it here recently and damn near didn't make it back. And so I got to get healthier. Uh, and, but I'm doing better, every day. And and I don't see stars either. Sleeze stack. Oh, please don't go there. But down, sure enough, on the river. And I was thinking earlier today that before I came outside here, I was like, I need to gather up my strength and see if I can do a live stream from down on the river on the swamp down there, and just see what an hour and a half would do. Could I get a reception? How far away? How far away from the house? Oops, I just dropped that cigarette. I'm gonna light it. Good, Duggar. Good boy. You like being out here, huh? It's not like he's cooped up in the house all the time, but I did sleep all day today. So where's that moon out? In a van down by the river. Well, I have an old fish camp down there, an old fish camp down by the river, and I took stuff down there that probably came out of an old bus or a van. Oh, we set up some strange things down there, and the remnants of some of them are still down there. Uh, 20 come. Oh, a 20's coming up. Okay, cool beans. Thank you. I can finish off some of this here cigarette. Is it coming out pretty clear? If you let someone know you are down there, increase no reception. Oh yeah, well I'm gonna have to do some test walking, which I would rather do in the daytime, but uh I can go over here to my property line and me and my neighbor's property line, and I can walk the property line without very much trouble, unless we've had a lot of rain and there's a bunch of water down. There's a low spot down there that is really, you're going to have to wade, and sometimes it'll be up to your waist. So if it's not too bad, then you're going to be at least up to your knees. So, and that's all right if I know what to expect, but one thing would be to like start walking down there and not know, and then get there and go, fudge, it's waist deep, some bitch, and you got stuff in your pockets and things, and it's cold, and that's not really what you wanted to do, was wade through cold water in the middle of the night. because there might be a way around that and still get to the river, but where you might not have to wade. So, but anyway, because I know where the low spots are. I know, and I know where there are, that are. I know where there are trees down. Uh-oh. Oh, that might have been my pipe. Hmm. Hang on, something just fell. Uh-huh. I knew it. And who's keeping track of the 20? So that's not very clear, but there's not a lot of clouds. Emergency pipe. Yeah. Wee, 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 wee. All right, we collected it. We were able to retrieve it. We have a successful retrieval. That's a pretty good shot, ain't it? See the top of my head. That brought Duggar back. Wee, 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 wee. I tried to flip the camera around. I can do a different view, but it's pointed right at uh, the thing that holds the camera. So I can't I can flip the camera view around, but then you can't see anything. But I'm not trying to be in the shot. I got this thing on my head, and I don't know where else I would put it at the moment to get me in the shot and still be able to. Because see, I don't need to be in the shot, but by being in the shot, I can see where the moon is. And if I take the camera off my neck, then I'd have to reach over and look at the camera to see where the moon was, So it's like for the moment, but this is a test. It's my first time wearing this thing, and first time outside. It looks like is the is the camera readjusting itself? Okay, Mark. Yeah, you keep me posted. My cigarette's almost done. Yeah, I can't see a clock. Um, on my screen, y'all come up on the left-hand side of my screen, and it comes up long enough. Uh, look for the cow. He might jump. Oh, and the cow jumped over the moon. And the little dog laughed to see such a sight as the dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah, I wrote a song about that for my little one. Me, 50 years ago. God almighty. But yeah. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon, and the little dog laughed to see such a sight as the dish ran away with the silverware. As the dish ran away with the spoon. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait, he took the silverware? What? You thief! Bring me my spoon back, you thief! I had heard something about that they had done some research as to where that it actually came from, and it was kind of creepy. And it was like, wait a minute now, I've always liked that little rhyme. And they were like, oh no, it meant this and that, and somebody got killed in the event, and I think somebody might have lost their head, and it was like, what? Hey diddle diddle. Cow jumped over the moon and the moon's ahead or something. And oh man, I was like, please. And everybody laughed to see such a sight. I was like, no, 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 no. I would just rather not know at all. I wished I had not seen that video. you know, don't want to look for it. And then la 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 la. That's one that I just, you know, okay, it might be true. Don't get me wrong, but I would rather not think of something morbid when I think of hey diddle diddle. That's all. And no, I'm not trying to think of it and hey diddle diddle, I'm gonna diddle a little cow and get some moon. Never mind. People can think of things in perverted ways when something's not perverted. I've heard some people, so I just made it where Hawkeye and the moon was on full screen and you can see a black circular center in the moon. Really? Reminds me of the cars and their videos on the cars. Oh, I'm trying to think of a song. So the cows would jump on the moon. Well, here's one thing, and not just Cliff High, but some other folks have been discussing now openly, I would say. And people are starting to agree that there's something up with the moon. A distant noise. But more folks are realizing it or coming on board with it or having had listened to other people's discussions or whatever it is, their awareness of the moon not being real. In other words, is an artificial construct somehow. Now, yes, uh, there is real dirt up there and real rocks and things like that. The craters are real, but not from impact. They're from electrical discharges and things, and mining. There's mining going on up there. So, Chloe, is the moon is the camera? It seems like it's readjusting, and the moon is coming in and out of focus. Oh, hey, Joe, "Bark at the Moon" is a good song. By whom? I can't. Um, it doesn't come to mind at the moment. But it looks like the moon is going in and out from my point of view, looking down at it. And I know that I have tried to focus on the moon in the past. Brucey's old Ozzy Osbourne. Oh, maybe if I heard it, I would know it, but I don't know it at the moment. So trying to hold the camera still. But I noticed that sometimes focus on other cameras that I've tried to use to focus at the moon, that the camera focuses on the fog. Whole fire at the moon, it vibrated in a ringing frequency. Yep. Now, when they landed on the moon, too, there's some evidence that it's 1212. Thank you. I got my bowl sitting over here. If I had not been adopted, my last name would have been Lee. Not that I don't know if I would be related or not. My coffee is way over here. I've got this little stack of wood. There's one of my cats. I got this little stack of firewood off on my left-hand side over here. And I'm sitting out here, and as much as I like to sit out here, I'm thinking, I'm gonna have to build a little fireplace or something. I'm gonna have to because um, it, I like sitting outside and I like to have a fire. And doggone it, I'm gonna have to do some landscaping or something. I have I've got plenty of brick to build just a little fireplace sitting out here to where I can build a fire and be able to clean it out on a regular basis and and be able to sit out here and enjoy the evening without having to go very far. But I just don't want to put a campfire somewhere right here, which I have done in the past. But I could build me a little fireplace. I'm looking at this spot where ants always like to come in, and it's right there in the corner, and it's like, that might be the perfect place to put it. Because it doesn't have to be very big. What's kind of weird? I was telling my friends about how I spotted your really cool scuba diving helmet. Oh yeah, that's an old sponge diver's helmet from Sarasota, Florida. If you want a little backup information, it is heavy. It's made out of solid copper and brass. It's heavier than squat. It's like whoa, but it had a whole. You got inside this basically a jumpsuit, and this thing attached to it up around the shoulders, and then the helmet fits on over that. Good night, Joe. Good night, Joe. Me and Gumbo. Son of a gun, we're having fun on the bayou. Jumbo I feel gumbo. For tonight I'm a gonna see by a Cheromeo. Son of a gun, we're having fun on the bayou. Ba-da-da-dum, we're having fun on the bayou. Oh, it's been a long time, son. Billy go, Billy. I can't remember the words. Billy gumbo. I'll make them up. For tonight I'm gonna see my Cheromeo. Son of a gun, we're having fun on the bayou. Duggar's off on a run to the swamp. It seemed to get really quiet and still all of a sudden. That's weird. It's almost like something shifted. We ought to be getting close to that 20 mark, ain't we? Well, so anyway, going back to Sasquatch and the swamp ape. Um, there haven't been too many reported sightings of something, but farmers and between ranchers and farmers will say, they've seen some weird things down in the swamp, you know. And because sometimes to look like if I was to be over there on the on the property line 300 feet away and could look down in that field, it's nice and open. So God knows what you might see crossing in that field, especially on a full moon kind of thing. Could be deer, uh, maybe a few rabbits or whatever, but the rabbits would be hard to see in the tall grass, but mostly deer. But what if something else was seen down yonder? I've seen strange lights which look like eyeballs and two-legged critters. Now, one could say that I was extremely high which is probably likely. We got the 20. Is it time? I put the camera on my knee so I can hold on to it. If I'm early, that's okay. I'd rather be than late. Yeah, when the moon gets over the house, they're good. You're welcome. But there's a feeling when you're outside at night. And how do you describe it? So it's like right now there was just seemed to be a shift. Now it's let's see, if I got on here at 20 after 12, it's 20 after 1 now. Okay, it's about almost 1:30 Eastern time, right? And and so sitting here at the house with the full moon where it is, and it's not the not the full moon day, but for 1 o'clock in the morning or 1:30 in the morning, the moon's about right as far as being overhead is concerned, you know. So you oh crap, you've heard me talk about, oh, my poor bench just broke. There you are, Duggar. Um, but so um, careful with my coffee. All righty. Good to see you, boy. We'll go in the house in a few minutes because the moon's going to be past the top of the house. And my chair just broke. My chair just broke. I mean, just bloop, busted in half. It's been sitting out here in the weather, and it just finally, my weight on it, it busted in half. So there went my stool. I almost lost a stool on my stool. mm. But I'm sorry that sucks about you. Yeah, it's not really a chair, but I was using it. A friend of mine was throwing it in the garbage. I was like, let me take it home. But it's made out of particle board and it's gotten wet many, many times. And shame on me. And I need to put a piece of plywood on it or something, and it'll go back to being a bench or a stool. But I just put it over here to see. Now the moon just looked like it just changed right there. Did it just shift? It's kind of sort of a bamboo stool. Now I swear I just saw the moon shift. The all of a sudden too, the cat starts caterwauling. Just as a so you saw the moon shift or something around it just now then? Well, I'm trying to hold still, but I swear that moon just now I would blame it on the camera. And because that's what I was trying to discuss earlier. My previous cameras of trying to look at the moon when there was a haze around it, the camera would focus on the mist around it, which suggests that the mist suddenly got thicker and it looked like it was about to go over the roof and then it went back to normal. Yeah, and I'm trying to hold still. It looks like the whole dadgum thing shifted or something. That was just weird. And my face is at the bottom of the screen here with the moon over my shoulder, right? Actually over my head. But so my forehead looks like it's staying focused and so is my hat. So if my hat and forehead are staying in focus, then what the hell's going on with the moon? See, I would say, well, I could blame it on the camera, but if my forehead and hat aren't moving in in and out of focus, then it ain't the camera. You know what I mean? Then that means it's the moon or clouds or something. You know what I mean? So it's like that's one reason for being out here. It's like to analyze something in real time. So later on, somebody might say if they watch this, they go, "Well, you know, it was the focus on your camera." All right, but then how come my forehead and hat are staying in focus, and the moon seems to be going in and out? I'm sorry, that's not my imagination. That's what I see. Am I slightly stoned? Yeah, but that moon just got smaller. That moon just got smaller from my point of view. Oops, sorry. Did it just get smaller to you? Because my hat and forehead's still there. It just got larger out of focus. Something's going on. Now, it could very well be the clouds. All right. Let's analyze this thing because, one of the things about this video was about how open is your mind? Can you say, well, wait a minute, I didn't really just see that. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you did. But so let's actually analyze this as to, yeah, it's spooky, but there are clouds between us and the moon. But it wasn't clouds? Well, here's the thing. If the clouds get a little thicker, and having known this before, it will appear that there you go, Tracy. Yeah, like squinting, but I'm not. Yeah. And I'm holding the camera pretty darn still. I got it resting on my leg. Um, so, but to see it kind of go in and out, it get a little bigger, brighter. It's like, ain't that some creepy stuff? And with my hat still in focus over here on my right hand side. So and also by sitting here in the same position, you can tell the passage of time by the fact that the roof line you can tell where the roof line is really. Where's my finger at? There's the moon, and there's my finger, and the roof line is right there. So 15, 20 minutes, uh, about approximately, the moon will be covered by the roof. Unless I move my position. But at the moment, my butt's kind of stuck in this the broken stool. Thank God I don't have any stool that's broken on this broken stool. So that just sounds like an old country song right there. Thank God I ain't got no broken stool on my stool that's broken too. Thank the Lord above and the full moon over my head. It's time for a 20 with me and my honey. But my dog went off and left me all alone. Rocky Top, you'll always be. Home sweet home to me. Oh, Rocky Top. Sing along, everybody. I don't have a campfire, and it is a little bit nippy out here. So I know I've been talking about, oh, one of these days I'm going to do a fire and a drum and everything. Well, I'm out here tonight, sort of as a precursor. Like, all right, so now that I got this new cell phone that seems to be able to work at least out here on the porch, um, this is one of my testers, and so I will make arrangements to build a fire and uh, attempt a drum and a fire and see how that works, because I would really like to try to do that and see how it sounds and what it would look like and production wise, and meaning, can I go to the river and do it, or am I going to have to stay in the yard? Uh, am, I know that I've got, as long as I'm within Wi-Fi distance of the house, I've got a decent, I guess this is a decent broadcast outside, you know. Y'all can see the moon over my head, so that seems to be pretty damn decent. But especially with my cell phone. I love my new cell phone. I'm using consumer cellular, by the way, if anybody wants to join. Uh, I gotta say, their connections and everything have been great, and the price is right. So, anyway, um, I'm very happy with the cell phone and connection. So, but I have not tried to broadcast further than the Wi-Fi can reach. I've been able to receive stuff and listen to broadcast and podcast uh, out in the country with, depending on where I am driving around, I can still listen to a YouTube video. So, and there's Verizon all around me here, but what I need to test is whether or not I can walk, how far can I walk to the river and still broadcast, you know? Will Verizon pick me up? Because as I leave here, it's downhill to the river. So I might be able to walk around up here on the hill and be out of Wi-Fi range, but the towers pick me up. But if I walk downhill anymore, which is real easy to do, and I'm out back down by the river, then I'm going to be a lot lower uh, than I am just sitting here at the house. So does that mean the local towers will pick me up? That's one of the tests I need to make now that I have this new cell phone. And now that I'm trying to walk around a little bit better. And it has been, of course, like some of you may or may not know, I was sick for 10 days, just pathetically sick. And it's hard every time I seem to get up with my heart medicine and everything else in my back, trying to get everything coordinated for a halfway decent day, it takes effort. And so I just continue to hope and that I want to do some more adventures, and I would really like to see if I can share them live. That would just be cool. So yes, like oh, okie dokie. So, but anyway, yeah, I'm probably going to have to go in here in a few minutes because the moon, she's moving over. It's been an hour that I've been sitting out here. So, but anyway, so back to the Sasquatch thingy. Um, I do think that there are things that exist in the swamp down here because there is an extensive amount of swamp. And now I don't necessarily mean like Louisiana swamp that's full of water all the time, but there are wetland areas that every time the river comes up, it's swampy. So people don't build in them areas because it's gonna get flooded, and sooner than later. Soon as it rains, it's gonna flood some areas. So, oops, sorry, trying to keep the moon intact right there. It seemed like it just went in and out of focus again. That's just weird sitting here looking at it. I don't know how it looks on your big screen, but it sure looks strange from here. And this screen's pretty clear. I know you're not done just yet, but thanks for coming on and hanging out. Yeah, Chloe, I've made the promise that I was going to try to come on more and just be around and just hang out. And because, whether or not it's meant for me, I was sitting in the house and I could always watch a movie. And there's lots of stuff that, with my cable, well, it's better than cable actually. Um, since they've installed my fiber optics down here to the house. In fact, so that's why I'm being able to broadcast here is because I have fiber optics and a really good modem, so I can sit out here and do this live stream with the moon. So it's going to be interesting to see how far away from the house I can go and be able to broadcast because that would really, if I can go 150 feet, let's say, well, that puts me almost to the fence line. And 150 feet down in the woods is a good distance. So, I could live stream, 150 feet away from the house with the Wi-Fi. And what does that mean that I'm going to be able to share with you? So we'll find out. It's going to be part. It's part of. It's part of Uncle Dave's new adventure series. How far away from the house can we go and live stream with his new cell phone? You know, and the modem and everything. Of course, uh, I'm gonna have to check with the folks. Yeah, because I would really like to go which would be, as I'm looking south and the moon is almost on the house, the moon is moving, pooey, the moon is moving towards the woods. Okay. And so that's the direction I'd be wanting to go. And so to be able to be 150 feet away from the house, but down in the woods, that's a good ways. So, and one of the things that I was trying to uh, set up was where I used to go before, uh, where I had a circle down in the woods, and where many of us have seen that uh, gateway orb thingy, something that blue light that it's weird. But anyway, so to be able to get 150 feet down in the woods would get me real close to that portal thing. So to be able to go down there and have a small fire and set up a camera and then be able to do a live stream from down there to where the portal used to appear and see if it appears and or see if there are any other critters down there in the woods at night, and so right now, cameras pointed up at the moon, but uh, it seems like with just a little bit of light. Yeah, goodbye, moon. There, she's fixing to go here in a minute, and that's going to send me in the house. Plus, I don't have anything to wipe my nose, and it's dripping. Plus, it's been an hour. Oops. There you go, moon. Lord have mercy. Oh, goodness gracious me. But this sitting out here with the moon and the camera and everything tonight has proved several things. It proves that this little light over here gives me enough light and the camera stays in focus. This gizmo over my neck, is like, okay, it's not real comfortable, but when I'm sitting down, I can rest the camera on my leg. So I've already learned that there are different positions to use this camera holder thingy. It's got a flexible loop on it that fits around your neck. This little light of this little light of mine, well, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, Lord, let it shine. I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. Look away beyond the blue. Said, do Lord, oh, do remember me. I said, do Lord, oh, do remember me. Do Lord, oh, do remember me. Look away beyond the blue. I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. Yes, I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. And I got a home in glory land that outshines the sun. Look away beyond the blue. Do Lord, oh, do remember me. And I do, Lord, oh, do remember me. I said, do, Lord, oh, do remember me. Look away beyond the blue. Lord have mercy. Yeah, get in the moon. I guess that's me howling. Now, see, did the moon just get more fuzzy? I did a while sing along with you. Cool beans. All right. Oh, my nose is dripping. I ain't got nothing to wipe it on. It's grossness. Yuck. But it's been fun hanging out with y'all. I think this is going to force me to go in the house. But I can see we can get together and have more of these fun get-alongs. There are some people who would say, well, well, I don't have to sign off to go inside, but I'm like, I gotta, I gotta, I want to hold out as long as possible to see the moon pass into, straight overhead kind of thing. Uh, but the other thing is, feels nice out here tonight, this morning, and I'm looking at how this little bit of light of this little light of mine, I'm gonna make it shine, and trying to figure out how to turn this gimbally thing down here on the end. But so this little light here, with set the way it is, seems to be plenty of light, to at least light up my face, whatever I need. And so, but how the camera will do around a campfire, well, that's different. But it does pretty well being able to look at the moon. So that's encouraging. So we'll see. All right. Let's see. How hard is it going to be to just retrieve my stuff here and go inside? Y'all can walk inside with me. Where's my Duggar dog? I'll go sit in my chair and we can discuss some more. I don't necessarily have to stop doing what I'm doing, but I got to stop doing it from here. It's why, good God Almighty, it's hard standing up. But I'm glad that I still have the ability. Lord have mercy. The camera changed its position. Where's my dog at? I'm going in, dog. Ooh, wee, it's a lot warmer in here. We will not complain. Back into my inside domain. And I can take this contraption off and sit in front of the heater. So, I don't think I need that light. Oh, that's my. Put my coffee down. I want to take this gizmo off. Ooh, wait. See, now I can put the camera further away from me and it don't feel like. I'm going to try to set it up. Ooh. Sorry about that. That's the one I wanted to turn off. Hang on. It's on this thing. It's on a rocker orb. And I had it set for around my head. Let's see if it'll stabilize. It wants to keep going. Doodle doo. Hey, how about Jim and Joan were sitting on the teeter totter. Red blue flash. Yeah, no one here we could yell. Yeah, so you're on a teeter totter, and I'm trying to get this thing to like hold still, and because I don't want it around my neck, and it's top heavy right now on the camera side. So right now it's like lullaby and good night, rockabye. That's not even funny. Yes, it is. Here, let's see. Oh, that works. That was a quickie. Blow my nose. So an hour in after watching the moon and everything, having not really discussed anything, really. Yeah, and I don't feel like as long as I don't touch. Oh, well, you can see the end of it right here. This is the end of this gizmo, and it loops down, and then the camera's attached. So right now, I've got something over here that's just counterweighted on it. But anyway, dudes, I was seeing colors going on inside today. Very strange, like Scotty Strange. There have been some strange energies. I just got to say. And I know I'm old and cranky and I take a lot of heart medicine and stuff, which I need to remember to take. But it's still been weird, as I've told the doctor, and that some of these meds and things. Now I don't know whether I'm sure that some of these meds have to do with my how my heart feels and how my blood pressure is because it's controlling it and everything's groovy. And but it's also, seeing colors and shit out the corner of your eye, and seeing things like focus in and out. And looks like, I don't know, it's almost like, seeing between dimensions. Now you say, well, Dave, well, now how in the hell can you use what you're seeing or feeling now? What do you mean seeing between dimensions? Well, that's what I mean by having an open mind. I'm on no meds, just so many frequencies going on. Okay, Mark, so that's sort of my point. I have been on a lot of meds over the years, and psychotic meds on purpose, from doctors and things, and because of head concussions and so forth, and what my head was doing at the time. So I gotta say, though, over time you can heal the brain because I'm living proof. But now at the same time, I have to go inside myself and go, okay, Dave, are the frequencies and things kaleidoscopize? That's a good one, Tracy B. I really like that. That to where it's like, I have tripped over 500 times. And that's not a joke. I'm not trying to make it up. It's that's a conservative number. I said on purpose, right? Something about broccoli seeds that help the brain. I don't know about that one. But so anyway, I have, tripped on purpose. Good morning, Katniss. Since you're here, how did the cards do? I forgot which ones. Would did I pulled two of them, right? Were they really? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Don't you lie to me, girl. But keep me on track, upside down crow. Oh yeah, and spider. That's right. Crow is the keeper of knowledge, right? And crow feathers is what seals them. We are yelling tonight. Join the party. Yelling? Does it sound like I'm yelling? How is my volume? Season's greetings. Absolutely. I'm trying to talk in a low voice because I don't know, and I'm not very close to the camera. Oh, I see that. Thank you, Mark. We're yelling tonight. Okay, I caught up. Anyway, um, oh, my dog's still outside, and that's all right. Let him run around. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. That's funny. I love hanging out with y'all. I do. I know putting all caps. I understand. And I caught up, you know, but there is a small, it's weird that the right in this area here is where the chat shows up, and it's transparent sort of, but then it will fade away, like it'll come up, I'm late to the party, and he there it goes. But if somebody else says something quick, then the chat stays up. But anyway, so I'm trying to look at it, and not that I need to look at myself. I was just trying to see what the how the camera was doing and how much light it needs. That it looks pretty dadgum good. I'm really proud of the camera itself. But anyway, so going back to the ET, how open is your mind, and can you see these other frequencies? So when I was sick, them last 10 days ish thingy, I was seeing shit. I was absolutely, in a immortal don't feel good, but at the same time, I know because of previous experiences of having had surgery this last year and having gone through all of the pain and the everything and being operated on and going in and out of the being almost put to sleep to the point of almost being dead and being operated on and then coming back out and going through that. That's a very uh, and I had to go through it twice. So going through that experience, the body, I'm still like, wow, that was some shit. And so for anybody that has to go through that, but then that experience also in the shaman standpoint is in that's a form of death, right? Well, so going through the experience of sickness was in a lot of a likeness to being in the hospital and having to for undergo that death, that being really so close to the where I'm barely breathing, but I'm on an operating table. But at this last time here at the house, I was just sick for that long, but the intensity was the same as having been operated on. If I'm trying to make the correlation, and I don't know if I'm making any sense. So from the shaman standpoint, it's it's a shaman death because you leave everything behind, you know. But in that were frequencies and colors, and obviously the spirits had drugged me through the dream time several times, and I'm still trying to like figure out what it all was that they were obviously showing me something. I feel as if over the last 4 to 5 days I went through some kind of paradigm shift. Yeah, um, my paradigm shift, I came out of it 4 or 5 days ago. Did you feel very depleted too? Honey, I squirted out both ends to where there was nothing in me. So I was more cleaned out than the time when I went in a year ago to have my colonoscopy. That is TMI, but it's not. I mean, I was cleaned out all the way through as if somebody had put a hose up me. And I couldn't put anything down my throat because nothing would stick. And so I was cleaned out. So from a karmic standpoint, it's like somebody had given me a natural enema to like, be that way. But what I mean by that is that so there wasn't anything clogging me up, you know, quite the contrary. So it was a clean out and a frequency change and a paradigm shift all at the same time. And that's sort of one of the things I'm still trying to figure out. It's like, what the hell is this message going on? You know, I used to think considered crazy, but the spirits now. But so the energy going through, it's like I was hot and cold. I mean, there were times when I felt like I was in a microwave oven, and that my insides were being chilled, and I was, and just holy crap, and literally crapping my whole insides out. So it's like But now, after the fact and looking back, and I've been much better these last few days now, not quite 5 days, but working on it. So, and feeling much healthier, you know. So good on that. But whatever it was, and the frequencies that were going on, I'm trying to look back on it and go, no, what the hell did that mean? What was that all about? Um, Frequencies from the universe, absolutely. There was some sunspots and stuff, energy that came through. There was some my magnetic fluctuations going on that would have affected all of us. But on a personal note, you know, why is everybody always picking on me? Walks in the classroom, cool and slow. Who calls the teacher? Teacher Daddy O. Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown, he's that clown. That Charlie Brown. He's gonna get caught. Just you wait and see. Why is everybody always picking on me? So, but anyway, in that, you know, if, am I being picked on literally because of I'm being taught by my spirits, whatever lessons are being taught to me that I'm still trying to figure out. Well, one of them is pick your damn self up and keep going. Yeah, but I was sick and I was feeling bad and all these energies. Yeah, but get up. Yeah, but what about, shut up, get up. My experience is methodical attempt to break me down and keep the frequency low. Well, there are times when I know that I'm being tested, but I also know, like full moon, I do much better on a full moon, and rather than on a new moon, my energy is much different. So had just come out of a new moon situation for me, and we had just made the turn in the solar system with the winter solstice, and we're just trying to come around, and you know we're in the Kali Yuga thingy, and we're you know the changes, and so all this is going on at the same time. So it's like plus I'm feeling ill on my own end, and what the hell does that got to do with it, you know? But put it all together and mix it up, and boy, what a, you know, what a crazy milkshake you get out of that deal, right? So, but you know, having to be able to chat with y'all about this, so y'all have been having interesting frequencies and energies going about you. So, you know, I'm always so honest, it's, you know, pathetic. But I think one of the things is that I got to relate is that, you know, okay, this is me going through it. And y'all have known me for several years now, some of you. And it's like, so here's the experience. So how you doing? You know, since we can't meet in person and have coffee, so how y'all doing? How's these energies and frequencies doing to you? You know, this is how, what it's doing to me is making me fucking crazy. And I'm already crazy enough. I don't need no help, you know. So, but apparently I have been getting some kind of help from the universe. But um, interestingly enough, it's hard for me to see the if y'all are talking about something. It's hard for me to see the chat room. Okay, so but it, what's the learning process of this? Well, how open is your mind to stay on topic for the subject of this video? Sorry, here's my, you know, uh, jumping jacks. No, the teeter totter. There you go. So I think absolutely we are seeing glimpses of the other dimensions just because of my years of having taken a lot of psychedelics and having experienced those things that exist in the other dimensions. Okay. Some of them are creepy, freaky as hell. And the ones that I was thinking of earlier are like translucent. It's almost like, I was watching a video and they were showing this little slide thingy, and it was amoeba type thing under a microscope. And they were backlit so that they were translucent. And all you could see was the outline and the insides and a little amoeba legs going along. It looked like a flea under a microscope. And so, but it was translucent. And I was like, some of these things are like that. They're sort of translucent. And did you just see something go in front of the screen? Did y'all just see something go in front of the screen? Okay, never mind. There seems to be a high energy around tonight. And one of the reasons why I went outside. So, but y'all didn't see nothing? Okay. Then, but I didn't move my hand. It was like white that went past. Oh well, never mind. Maybe a rewind. Um, Interesting. Like translucent doors I have seen in the sky. So you've seen translucent things? How big? If you say doors in the sky, are they like really big doors, or and are they like doors, or are they like round portal type doors, or is it like the screw type? It looks like a something like the spiral that they always show. Ooh, there's a portal and it's spiraling. Well, the portal in the backyard don't spiral. Maybe it kind of has a little bit of a but it's more of a shimmer than a spiral of any type. They look like a house-sized doors, like doors, and the big, huge, weird eyeballs you used to see in the sky. I've seen here, ain't seen no eyeballs, but I have seen. It's been overcast here, so it's hard to be able to see anything. But before it got overcast this last time, and there's something that, where we live along the eastern coast, if there's something sitting off the east coast out there in the Atlantic, and a cold front trying to come down from the west, we will get these days and almost weeks of overcast skies. Than the cold front, and there's not enough moisture in the air to for it to rain or to even collect much. But at the same time, you won't have clear skies. But anyway, so but which is difficult because you and for those of us who are trying to you know observe the skies and the clouds and so forth, they cover everything up so you can't see it. What are you actually doing up there? But anyway, but the last clear skies we had with puffy clouds and stuff, the clouds acted sort of normal, but at the same time not. There would be like little puffs of clouds that were like moving almost by themselves, where the bigger clouds are kind of slower and clunkier, when normally they all kind of travel at the same speed, big or small. So there was this difference in speed between the clouds. And I would not have said that the small clouds were spaceships, okay, but that the bigger clouds may have been. And why do I say that? Is because they were moving slower. That's my point. So the smaller clouds are like doo 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 doo, and they weren't really changing shape much. Where clouds will have a tendency, the vapors will kind of move and they'll morph as they go. Now these were pretty much staying the same and doodle, but they were doodling along, on their own. So, but the bigger clouds were like not doodling along as fast. And I was like, well, now that's interesting. And then we started going into cloud cover. And I haven't been able to observe the clouds because of all of our cloudiness and haziness, like you saw earlier with the cloud, with the moon. So, but anyway, so there's been that. We've been hit with all kinds of cosmic energies. We know that. So, what does that mean to us down here on planet Earth? I don't know, but lots of people are feeling the change. So, I want to go. In fact, I'm going to do a separate video, not today ish, but in the next couple of days, and trying to explain to people one of the things that came up with one of the cards was about how if we lift our energies up and share them with another and help one other person to help lift their spirits up, that we will end up changing and uplifting all of humanity's energies. So, there's that, oh, well, Hawkeye, that sounds like a bunch of new age hooey. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Because I am not into new age hooey. I'm just not. But the idea that, we've had the discussion of the quantum energy, the quantum AI, the energy of the universe, and how we are all connected. We are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. I've been preaching this for 10 years now, at least. And so keep that in mind. But the reason I say that is because that's what I believe. And I believe that we are all connected. So if we all take a deep breath together and it uplifts our spirits by taking a deep breath, and we all do it to collectively, we all take a deep breath, as simple as that, then that deep breath can be felt with others. It is shared because of the quantum, and it is shared immediately because we are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. We're all attached. Our brains are all on the same frequency at this moment right now. So we take a deep breath and share the energy. Yeah, I know we're miles and miles and miles apart, but we share the energy to the universe, and that is uplifting. And you go, well, no, that's just horseshit, Dave. Is it? Is it really? So, the Buddhas and the folks that are around, and all of these other religions and our life force, our mana, the mana from the universe that we breathe in that gives us the energy. The dolphin energy, I think, was somebody's card yesterday, right? And so this dolphin energy, the mana, we breathe it in, but also then we can share it when we breathe out, right? Bad breath or not, oh, wait, grasshopper, that's all I got. So the AI eyeball is like a regular shaped eye. I think that eyeballs are a projection, okay? And it's an interpretation of a projection to scare you going up Sacred Mountain. That's one of the demons, by the way. That looks like a piece of cheese or a slice of pie. Don't remind me of pie. I have not had any pie recently, and I'm on a pie fix. I want some pie. Eye of the beholder, yeah, but I think that in the grand scheme of things, there are some of it. This was discussed on another channel, and it's that there are some folks who are wired to see because of golly. Chloe, can I pick on you for a minute? For example, um, so it wouldn't be your. So, what would be your advice? Oh, I'm not necessarily advice. I just want to pick on you a minute because this is for an example, and I'm not sure if this is true with Chloe or not. But I'm just going to say this is our friend Chloe. I've been crying about pie too seriously. Um, what flavor? You know, I would love a piece of cherry pie. I mean, show enough home crust cherry pie with maybe a la mode with some just plain old vanilla on top. Okay, so our dear friend Chloe here. So she has a particular belief about something. Okay, and so um, if, her question about what would be seen in the sky as an eye, for example, what would it look like? Now, years ago, I had had these things where I just thought I was having dreams of eyes in the sky. I was dreaming of these things and also of large spaceships flying over, real slow with like uh lettering underneath, LED lights and stuff, and a warning, and but anyway, this is your captain speaking, you know. And I went through this period, and so Miss Chloe might be in this period that I was in, for example, because maybe she's sick. I'm not saying that she does, and Chloe, I'm just picking on you. That's why I was just using you as an example. I don't know if she feels this way, But anyway, and it doesn't matter if she does. But her perception of this eye in the sky is perceived because of what we've been taught up to this point. So, because I have been beyond that point, sweet tater pie, if you're going to get down into the pie thing, sweet tater pie. Okay. But anyway, um, so I personally have gotten past 2 to a 20. Oh, thank you. Oh, and I'm in the house, so I can share. So for me, in my shaman journey, not to say that I'm better or she's worse or whatever, but I would say that in some of the things that I have seen, I am further along than Chloe is. Okay. Because Chloe, at the moment, her spiritual awareness, simply because of experience, you know, she's catching up, but I'm because I've really been, well, I'm 71 and have been, thrown in the ringer a few times and sometimes on purpose, to learn lessons. And so Miss Chloe is, in my opinion, in certain things right behind me. Now I'm making some of this stuff up, okay, because I'm using her as an example. So Miss Chloe is like right behind me and she's understanding them, but I've experienced some other things that, okay, but here's the thing. We've both been subjected to training because of sci fi movies, sci fi stories, sci fi in general, because we're both interested, me only because I'm older, and that's only the reason why I might be a little further along in the learning curve than she is on certain things. But with that said, um, we can still see the same things, but our interpretation of them is different. So folks are seeing eyeballs in the sky, but are they actually seeing eyeballs in the sky? Or is it because of the training and what these folks wish to project onto us now, like a mass hypnosis? Okay. Not joking around. This is like a mass hypnosis. So it comes in on a particular frequency. And for those folks who are at the moment, Miss Chloe, at the moment, I'm making this stuff up, but at the moment, Miss Chloe is tuned in more closely to the frequency that's being broadcast of the giant eyeball, where I'm not tuned into that same frequency. So I don't see the giant eyeball simply because my frequency at times that I don't want to, I can tell that my frequencies are lower, but more like not in a, I used to be depressed a lot, like all the time. So I know what feeling down means. So when I say low energies, low frequencies, it's almost like elephant low frequencies. It's like earth tone kind of whoa. Oh, that to me is not a high frequency. Okay. So I'm hearing and I'm hearing and seeing the whirling dervishes, right? That kind of energy. And I pulled the card yesterday with oh, come on, Barry. What was it? The, not the squirrel. Chloe, several people had the same about the eye. Yes. So my point is, and I'm using her as an example, but the example that was given to about why certain people are seeing it and other people aren't. Okay. And it's because some of us, on whatever scale we are on, some of us are tuned, have been tuned recently to the frequency that the eyeball is being projected in the quantum field. Oh, I'm ready. So for me, I've been in this other dreamland, dream world thing, shaman thing. I've not, I, I would have thought that if anybody could have seen a giant eyeball, it would be me. No giant eyeball. And I'm not discounting that y'all don't see it. But it was explained to these other folks, physicists and some other people with this roundtable discussion, is that uh, it's being broadcast into, the I hate to use the word AI. Don't want to go there, but it's sort of being broadcast there. Okay. So, but it's at certain frequencies. So for me, I have been learning how to hear the the heartbeat of Mother Earth. That 7.1, hey, dum, 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 dum. Hey, hey, and I, Day on the way of walling day. So other people are hearing higher frequencies, and I'm hearing that, and so it's like, which for me is like, there are those like, hey, hey, I can't do that. But at the same time, it doesn't fit me for my energy and my vibration. Now I say that my vibration is lower in that I'm hearing these and feeling these deeper vibrations, and that might be the reason why I'm not picking up on some of this other stuff that other people are. The other side of the coin is as my shaman in training, I have been through sessions where there were giant eyeballs. Not to say that they are the same. It just looked like something went right up through here a second ago. I swear there's high activity in here today, this morning. It's 2 hours and 1 minute. I missed my pipe. Oh, there goes the thing again. I still see dragon. There are certain things that I used to see all the time, and in my dream, let's see, dragon eyeballs. I have for many years. Dragon eyeballs. Um, I was born in the year of the dragon, 1952. And so there seems to be dragons in my history of sorts, if you will, or simply by being on the Chinese calendar at the time, a water dragon, which is why I live on a swamp and why I'm always drawn to the rivers and so forth, and um, and one of the reasons why, dragons don't stay down for long, they gotta, but at the same time, so the adventure of a dragon, you know, so gotta go set some forest on fire, you know. For me, I gotta go play in the water, and the other day when it was raining, I just stood out there underneath the eave and just let the water drip on my head. It was just like, "What are you doing?" It's like, I just need water. I just need to feel the fresh water with rain dropping on my head. I can't seem to get to the river, um, but I can stand out here and have water drip on my head, which is like, thank you. But anyway, the water energy is good for us all, especially if we accept it. Well, that sounds stupid, Hawkeye. No, but here we are with, accepting things from the universe. So, there's different frequencies out there. So, like the other night, the frequency seemed to say, go just stand out under the eave. It wasn't raining hard, but the mist was collecting and dripping off of the house and off the corner there at the back door. And so it wasn't running up, it was literally just dripping. So just standing there with, the fresh water collecting and dropping on my head and all, and I'm like, thank you, spirits. and universal energy, and just just a pleasant thought, just having the rain, the water come down on top of me, and being grateful for being for being over my sickness, being grateful to be able to stand up, just being grateful and saying thank you, and taking a deep breath to the universe, and so taking the deep breath with the universe, it was like, does anybody else feel it? Ask me ask me, go ahead, ask me a question. Don't make it too long so I can make sure that I can read it, or put it in two sentences or two sessions. Ask away. But so with the frequencies and everything coming in, so I was picking on Chloe. So now I don't know if this is true or not, but other people are suggesting it, why some of us can see it and why some of us can't. They even brought up the suggestion as to why some people are just absolutely believe that there is that the flat Earth thing, when most of us don't. I I love them, but no, the Earth is not flat. But in their realm, it is. It's covered with a dome and all this other kind of stuff. But in a previous lifetime or whatever, in their brain there was a frequency that they believe that the Earth is flat with a dome. We didn't get that frequency. We still believe that the Earth is round. So not everybody got picked up on that frequency, which was about 2003, is when I think Cliff High brought it up. And it was about that time that the flat Earth theory came back around. And all of a sudden, there were all these people that all of a sudden the Earth is flat. When, come on, people, smart people, wait, is it possible a person could be completely invisible to another based on frequency? I believe so. I believe so. And it's one of the things that some of these aliens have on us. That's how they are camouflaged. There was a couple of alien movies early on where the big alien dude had this thing, and it made him invisible, you know, and it changed his frequency around him. It changed his auric, his aura, his auric frequency. It might not be called that, but that's what I'm calling it. It changed your auric frequency so that it's like, so somebody can't see you. That's how they use, that's how they, like, literally someone could be unexistent, truly not seen or heard. Wait, that was too long. Say something else so I can pick up the last two sentences of that. Due to another not being able to conceive them. It doesn't have anything to do with being able to conceive them, Well, now, but to the point of having an open mind, is it possible? And the answer is yes. Okay. But there are a lot of physicists and folks who would like to disagree with that. But you know what they're mucking with the CERN thing and stuff like that? Masters have just walked out of here. Masters? um, but so, but the idea though that absolutely, and there are things that they have done with frequency, with shimmering. I mean, look at the USS Eldridge. The entire ship disappeared, with frequencies. So, but if, in my humble opinion, the the aura that surrounds you, and there are people who are very adept at being able to see the color change in your auras, and even to see your chakra colors. Okay, so with that said, if you had a device Or if you knew how to do it, and the ancient shamans, one of the tricks was like for coyote and to be able to shapeshift so that you could become that fly on the wall, literally, and go to other camps and to smoke out their medicine, as the terminology is used, so that you would go to the other camps and count the enemy and see what was going on and then come back and report it to your chief. And how was that done? Well, by frequency, by thinking and believing that you were the coyote. Now, I can say that there have been times when I was a child and we played hide and seek, folks couldn't find me. And there were literally, I was leaning up against the house one time, right at the edge and along the thing on the corner, and they were standing there, their feet was like almost touching my head, and looked down and they could not see me. And I was like, I'm part of the house, I'm part of the house, I'm part of the house. And if you believe, like, and so there have been times in the woods where I'm like, I'm a tree or I'm a log or I'm something. I'm being so still that there's an animal over there. Like I did it just here recently when I saw the deer at just out back of the house. And so it's like, stop and be perfectly still. Don't move. How do you do that? Then pretend you are something. Pretend you're a stump. Pretend you're just. I was kind of looking around like, what can I, there's just, and I was thinking of what's behind me is the trail and whatever. And what I needed to do was just hold still, you know, and just, I'm part of the surroundings. And I got a chance to see the deer for a couple of minutes, 2 short minutes, okay, but still got to see him, right? And so, but they didn't run off, they just walked out of my field of vision. So, the fact that I stood still and that they did not notice me. So, one of the things, and even some of these um, uh, uh, jungle guys, that have learned, that if there's somebody walking nearby, you literally project to them, sort of like a Jedi thing. You do not see me. I am invisible, and that you literally project that. And of course, you're wearing your camouflage or whatever, and you're doing your best to hide. But at the same time, you project it versus, oh, I'm scared. Please don't look at me. Don't see me, whatever. And there is part of that is you don't see me, but it's with you don't see me uh, with calmness. It's like the animal that just you walking down the trail and there's a deer standing there munching, and the deer doesn't jump, it just stops munching. And you walk down the trail and the deer, is just like watching you go by. And until you notice the deer, a lot of times, they'll just stand there because they don't want to be seen. And as soon as they jump, they're being seen. And so the fawns, especially, are taught to just hold still. So you walk right, I have walked right by them or gotten so close, and I look over to the fawn, and the fawn looks over at me while they're kind of munching, and I go, pretend you didn't see me. Pretend you didn't see me. Now, I'm sorry, I haven't, uh, I, I can't keep up with those big texts because they disappear and I can't read them. So I'm not up to date with anything. If you need to ask me something or ask me again, please do so, Chloe. But warn me and I will look for it. But so, in this understanding of being invisible, so animals can disappear simply by not moving. And I've talked about this before at other times, but up at Cades Cove in Tennessee, when the elk come out in the morning and and in the evening, was standing out on the road videotaping, right? And the field is in front of me, uh, the valley. Then we're on this side of the valley, and from behind me walks this humongous male elk off of the mountain, just steps out. I turned and looked on my left, and this huge animal was right there at the end of the truck and walked down the hill and out into the field. We were right on the edge of the road. And it was like, where in the fudge did that sucker come from? And as I had turned to my left, looking at the back of the truck, I was like, holy crap. And my attention was drawn back to the right, to the front of the truck. And one walked out in front of the truck, just as close, and down into the open field. Did not see these huge elk standing on the side of this mountain. Did not see them. Okay. Were they camouflaged? Were they hiding? And I was looking for them. We were expecting them, And I'm looking around and this and that. And it was like, all of a sudden, boom, here's this freaking elk. And then like, what? And, and the hill on the right side of the road, there's sort of a one-way road that goes all the way around Cades Cove. And you can get on it and ride around and see the wildlife. And it's extensive. It's beautiful up there. And so we were making the routes at sunset. But to see these, and I mean, the hill was steep like this. Okay. Oops, sorry. With my wrist being the road. So this big old elk had stepped out off of this steep hill onto the road without being seen. And there were other people in front of us that had pulled over. We're all watching the same thing. And you can hear them going, holy shit, where did that elk come from? And so we just happened to have stopped at a point where they'd like to come down the hill, but it was still steep. So, but the fact that here are these 2,000-pound elk with huge antlers that just step out of the woods on, what? So, and I try to claim myself to be aware, you know what I mean? Scared that shit out of me. But so there have been other instances where I have snuck into the woods and snuck up on deer and things, and they did not scent me, they didn't smell me, and they didn't hear me coming. And I 100% feel it wasn't them being rude. Honestly, I missed something. Okay. So anyway, we can make ourselves invisible in a crowd. All right. Um, this is, there's sort of a redundant thing. It's hard to make yourself visible when there isn't a crowd. Think think about that one. My sweet angel. Um, but anyway, in this realm of thinking, so can we make ourselves invisible? Yes. There are the CIA guys and the special forces folks and sniper type folks who are taught to think that they're invisible and that they exude, exhibit, whatever in their aura, that they are invisible. And I can tell you, having had folks almost step on me, that you can become invisible. You know, uh, it depends on your situation, but it's also depending on who's looking for you. And what do I mean by that? But there are people who are like look for stuff and they'll walk. They can walk right by stuff without even noticing it. You go, you look, you missed something. Because I would. That's how I got my nickname of Hawkeye, in that I was always the one that went, you missed something. Look over here. Oh my God, I never would have seen that. Obviously, good thing you brought me along. But so with that said, though, um, not everybody has the gift of observation. So the gift of observation, in my humble opinion, also has to do with picking up different vibrations and frequencies. So, how do you pick Where's Waldo out of a group of something on a page? And I'm too good at it. I'm not bragging, I'm too good at it because my brain, for some reason, has learned how to pick it up. And as far as I know, I haven't had any CIA training. Okay. But I've been able to do this for a long time, so I can pick up, pick out things in the nature, in wild, and just pick up certain things and rocks and things and stuff where other people have literally walked right over them. So, and it's like, out in Arkansas on Panther Creek, had made a hard right left hand turn, and I stopped, married at the time, crazy Cheryl. She keeps on going. I stop and I turn to the right and take a couple of steps down this little trail. And there was a $20 bill. Why did you stop over there? Where'd you get that money? You've been hiding it from me. And I'm like, you saw me put on my pants this morning. Where in the hell would I get $20? I told you I felt different and that I should go over here. And for some reason, there's a $20 bill laying over here. But we're out in the middle of nowhere. Search me. We're right off the edge of the trailer. I think somebody must have tried to pee or stop or whatever, pulled something out of their pocket, and there was a $20 bill laying just off of the trail, like 3 feet. She never did forgive me for that one, and it was like I had somehow planted it. But what she didn't know was that I turned around, and as she was walking down the trail, there was a $10 bill on the right. She had walked right by it. So it's like, you're just not being, I don't, why that money was out there on that trail, Arkansas, on the Buffalo River, the thing where, anyway, but I could go right to the spot where I found that money. But, um, and it was like, it was obvious, well, there's $10, and she walked right by it. Why it was out there in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of, literally in the middle of the forest there in the Buffalo River National Forest area, like a half a mile or three-quarters of a mile from the Buffalo River, out the middle of nowhere on a trail on Panther Creek, so, so observation of stuff. So in my lifetime, things like that have happened where other people just walk right by it. And I look around and go, are y'all not going to like pick that up? Pick what up? Well, never mind. If you don't see it, I'll go get it. I get that and agree. So you have to be on a frequency to pick up things. You have to allow yourself to be open minded enough to see things that are just slightly out of place in the picture. You just notice something. I'm sorry. You just notice something somebody else doesn't. It doesn't necessarily make you nosy, although a little bit of that helps sometimes, but it is absolutely an instinctual thing for me. So I've told this story how I went down to the river one time because the spirits told me to, and I found this pair of deer antler, one at the high end of the property with only, three little fingers sticking up. And a little further downstream, buried in some thick sand, was the other antler. And I literally was playing hot and cold, looking. Did not know this, and but I still got the antlers over there. And as a constant reminder that, if you follow your instincts, well, how do I find some of this shit, you know, out in the middle of nowhere? How did I find the antlers down there on the river, which is basically out in the middle of nowhere? How did I find these other things? How do other people find things out in the middle of nowhere? Instinct, some kind of internal something draws you to a certain area or something. If you're em, em, empathic, I guess. So do you, and sometimes it's almost like following a ghost. Now, I think I have been in some areas, I, I believe, that were absolutely inhabited by spirits, okay? Good, bad, whatever, but spirits, okay? And by following my instincts, I have found these other things that other people have missed, walked right by. So where does it, how does it happen? What is the instinct, you know, for you to say, wait a minute, let me take, something says for me to, Simon says, take 3 steps to the right and there's $20, you know. Or Simon says, take 3 steps to the right and you ignore it. So, but in life, there are these instinctual things. Or Simon says, don't take 3 steps to the right, you know, because that the inverse is very true. You know, listen to the universe, and the universe will help you to avoid some serious stuff if you pay attention. And so I'm still learning. But boy, howdy, if something comes up and my instincts say, something don't feel right, then stop what you're doing. Stop right there. Whatever it is that's going on, if something don't feel right, stop and evaluate the situation. If you're in the process of doing something or going somewhere or something, stop what you're doing immediately. I paid boom chakalaka pop. But if your instincts, I don't care where you are, if your instincts say don't turn left or whatever it is, or don't turn left, but you're already in the lane, then figure out how when you turn left is to get out of the way or something. That something might be when you turn left. So that might be the warning of you don't turn left, but you're already turning, then be aware, beware, and it might be you need to pull over to the right lane or something. But too many times folks have not listened to their instincts and have gotten into trouble. I would look back and, I wish that I had listened to every one of my instincts back in the day. But if you're out in the woods, then you really got to be on top of it. You really got to be paying attention. Not to the point of being scared now. Don't get me wrong. Just be aware. Just take a deep breath, because I've looked at it like this. Our aura can go 2 ways. Now, got to have an open mind. Now, having worked with blind people and semi-blind people over the years, and handicapped at that, not just blind, but handicapped as well, with some kind of you know physical problem. Um, that How do you see? I've asked them as I have been their instructor? How do you see this? How do you feel it? How do you perceive it? Well, I'm thinking of Larry, a black man who was microcephalic. In other words, his head was too small for his brain. And so how do you so he was like, well, Mr. No, I just feel it. Then this has been 50 years ago, okay, or more. And so, well, what do you mean this is how you feel it? So I've had a long time to be able to look back 50 years and go, I wonder what Larry was talking about. So it's the third eye. It's that third eye that Buddha and the Hindus and folks talk about. It's that third eye that the Christian churches don't want you to learn, because if you do, they'll burn you at the stake. So, but the third eye is when you can close your eyes and still perceive things around you. It's like being awake. If you just close your eyes and you allow yourself to see through your third eye, then that's sort of like walking in the astral plane while you're awake. But it's similar. It's very similar. So by looking through your third eye while you're awake and learning how to do that, that is a teaching for you when you go to um, astral projection, projecting and walking around. Really, Hawkeye, I'm serious. Okay. So if you can learn to do one, you can learn to do the other. So, but this idea that it's so hard to do is bullshit, right? So, how open is your mind? In your awareness, can you accept that that you have a third eye, and that by having a third eye, that you could use it to see with in the dark, that you could use it to, perceive other things in around you, just it not just out in the universe, but at least in your current surroundings. So you have this aura around you. By doing certain things and eating certain things and whatever, you can change your aura. So the shapeshifters learned how to change their aura to fit their surroundings. So if they got on all fours, they could look like a coyote. If they wanted to, they could. And a lot of times they would wear things in their hair or whatever, and to look like crow or to look like something, so that when someone saw them in the camp at night, or maybe even the daytime, they would have feathers or whatever, and go, oh my God, there's a crow over there. When actually they were faking it. Actually, whoever was pretending to be the crow was projecting the fact that the shaman or whoever was projecting that they were crow. They had taken on the appearance of crow, and in their own belief and how they acted like a crow in the camp, and so other people saw them as crow. And you go, well, I don't know. Listen, there are a lot of folks who have been tricked without any kind of hallucinogenics, because of this feat of magic. Okay, this is where magic is sort of born. Somebody shapeshifted. Did they? Or did they give the perception that they did? Well, I don't know. It just looked like they just changed right in front of me. And they might have projected to you through their aura that they had changed right in front of you. Is it possible in the quantum? Absolutely. Okay. And that's what AI and some of these folks are trying to do now. So, what has that got to do with an eyeball in the sky or an eyeball anywhere? It's that some folks have been, God, I hate to use this word, but it's true, have been set up to that frequency. Somehow in, uh, and I'm still picking on Chloe, okay? So somehow in Chloe's universe and what she's learning and seeing and watching and, a podcast or something, whatever it is that she's doing, and in her uh, learning of who she is, as we all are, we're all learning who we are. So she's gotten to this point and she's gotten to this frequency in her spiritual training, we'll say. We'll kind of leave it at that. It's one of the easiest way to explain it. So here you are on the AM station. Oh, you agree, Hawkeye? Okay. So, but the magic of this is that, because there for a long time, all I could hear was an AM radio. Okay. And it was like, what? And then somewhere along the line, I used to work for radio stations. Okay. So, but then somewhere along the line, I heard FM stations. Well, there is sort of a real rhyme and reason for that. AM stations, AM amplitude modulation, I think, or something like that. Anyway, but AM stations like to be set up around water, preferably like in a swamp with standing water, but where they have their antennas. And it's because AM stations actually use the earth and the atmosphere to boom their signal around. Literally, I was in Florida and I used to be able to listen to WLS at night, which is in Chicago. Okay, so what about this amplitude and frequencies and stuff? Well, you couldn't hear it until it got dark. You couldn't hear it until nighttime. You couldn't hear it until other stations turned off theirs. And then signals, just like ham radio is nowadays still, they gets bounced. The signals are literally bounced off the atmosphere. So these signals that are bouncing around off the atmosphere, me in Florida listening to Chicago live on a crystal radio set, mind you, on a camping trip with the Cub Scouts. Um, so, in 1962 ish, I was about 10. So, but anyway, how freaky is that? To this day, you can still do that if you know what you're doing. But the fact of the matter is that, so AM modulation, so all I could hear was AM. And why couldn't I hear an FM station in my head where there are times when I could turn on the radio and I'd be right exactly where a song would be, right? Really weird. And so, but then one day it was like I started hearing FM. Well, FM is line of sight. In other words, if there's a mountain between you and the radio station or the antenna, you ain't going to hear them. An AM station, you can hear around the mountain because it plugs into the Mother Earth. And because AM the AM is the only kind of thing you can hear in the mountains. So is it a 20? Oh, in a little bit. But so anyway, so the frequency and modulation and how it affects us, absolutely. So if someone, a shaman or whoever, medicine man or a wizard or a witch, learns how to um, fluctuate their own aura, their auric, field, then you could essentially turn yourself invisible. Okay, or at least I say invisible to the observer. So if you're standing against a tree, you could make yourself invisible by becoming part of the tree. So you're not really invisible, but you're camouflaged so well that you are invisible to the observer. All right. Does that make sense? Versus literally changing and turning invisible, you camouflage yourself, but like those cuttlefish and the octopus do, you know, we technically have the same ability, you know, to, they can go over to a rock and look just like the rock, you know, actually make the rock look better, you know. So the cuttlefish do the same thing. They can go over to something and just become it, right? And if you go, holy crap, where did it go? It disappeared right in front of you. No, it just camouflaged itself. Duggar's home. Let me go let him in. Hang on, y'all. Talk amongst yourself for a second. Let me go let my dog in. Whoa, that looked like fun. Is that you, Duggar? Come on. Have you run around enough outside? Have you played enough outside? Here, come down here on this end. Are you thoroughly satisfied? So we can take our cues from the animal kingdom, like Fawn can she just stands still and you can walk right by her. The giant elk that I was talking about that walked, one on either end of the truck that just walked off this mountain right beside us. The camouflage is part of nature, and that so to the elk, they are invisible. Okay. They were on the mountain coming down, and they just, these stupid people can't see me, and so the elk walks right by you and you go, oh, bitch, where did you come from? Even though you were looking. So, where is Godzilla? Right under you, you know, Mothra for crying out loud. But anyway, so, so our belief, how much do we believe? Well, can we believe that these things exist? Can we believe that we actually have a similar ability? And the answer is yes, because if we believe we have it, then therefore we do. But it does take practice, and not everybody can just, become a tree. But at the same time, everybody can become a tree. You can think like it, and somebody, now it might be in some kind of thing where, if you were deep in the woods and you were trying to hide from somebody, or you were just trying to be quiet and you just leaned up against a tree and just sort of allowed yourself to be part of that little nature setting, the tree and whatever. And that if anybody or anything walks by, that they just think you're part of the tree. I've had it happen too many times in my lifetime to be, I can say that it works. And you don't necessarily have to be wearing camouflage clothes. But if you're wearing a bright orange shirt, and trying to, that might not work. But in general, if you just got some earth tone kind of clothes on, which if I'm going in the woods, I always want to do that. I want to blend in so that anything I might stand against, or some trees or bushes or a tree, I can blend in. So that's just sort of natural. So if that's where you are, then if you train yourself to blend in, then you're going to wear clothes that will blend into whatever you're going to be doing that day. and you can just become part of the scenery. You can become that wallflower if you wish to. Now, at the same time, you can make that wallflower stand out, but we're talking about sort of blending in and becoming invisible. So, invisible is in the eyes of the beholder, right? The observer. So, can these aliens change and become invisible? Yes, they can, because they can change their aura. They can blend in literally a lot better than just because a lot of them have devices that will help them do so. Like some of the movies have showed how some of these, big giant thingies can become invisible. Um, but then there are those who can, other beings, other races, other aliens, whatever, okay, that they simply have the talent, they have the ability, like the cuttlefish, like the octopus, like oh golly, just anyway, they can camouflage themselves very easily. So there is evidence in the world of just natural things. So you don't have to say, well, oh my God, but that's on borderline being supernatural. That's true. That's true. It is becoming supernatural in that it is above the nature of things, right? So the supranatural. So the rest of nature acts like this, but every bird that's flying around, ooh, look, there's a bird. As soon as it lands, can blend in with its surroundings. Even a big bird. Bigger birds are harder to uh, camouflage themselves. But I've literally walked under a limb that had 3 or 4 turkeys on it at sundown, where they had flown up into these trees right behind the house and roosted. And when I walked underneath them and they took off, we all we all pooped a little bit at the time because they scared the crap out of me. And they were literally just 2 or 3 feet above my head. We didn't see each other, you know, and I was being so quiet. They didn't hear me till I was literally right under them, and they didn't move until I was right under them. So, but anyway, can you make yourself invisible? Can you sneak up on things just by, wearing, uh, the right tones of colors and by how you walk and present yourself and in whatever surroundings you're in. Now, I'm talking more about in the woods and nature than, trying to get around in in a town or something. But when I lived in town a long time ago, I learned that, of course, they've got all these cameras and everything on everybody all the time now. But so it's hard to become part of a building if you're trying to walk or whatever. But there are ways that I found out that you could kind of slink around if you needed to. Now, what I found out was like, why do you need to slink around in town? If you're slinking around in town, you're up to no good. You know what I mean? So, but then I just don't want to be in that environment. So, and I have no reason to be. So, folks who might put themselves or feel they have the need to be in any kind of situation like that, well, then you're just going to have to adapt. But if you're in natural surroundings, but even in the city, there are ways for you to adapt and to camouflage yourself with what's around you. Um, and you have to be still. You have to be quiet. You have to believe yourself that you can do it. You might still get your ass caught, but most people would just not observe you. So it depends. So, but can it be done? The answer is yes. Is AI doing it? Somebody out there is asking the question in my head. The answer is yes. And the answer is because we people have learned to accept certain frequencies, okay, and that they are tuned, like I was using Chloe as the example, you know, and she's agreed that, that I am hearing lower tones, she's hearing different tones, not the same wavelength frequency thingy. And not that the low tones in my hearing is some kind of evil, wicked, mean, and bad and nasty. No, if anything, it's been healing to me. Hearing those and hearing those tones and feeling the whirling dervish and being able to feel in the swirl of the universe and imagining myself there. I feel a part of the vortex of the Mother Earth and the connection to the universe. And so, what else is going on there? There are other folks, though, that are at a much higher frequency. It's almost like alto and a bass compared to a soprano and a choir. These folks are singing the way up here, and then there are those down here that are given the bass notes and the alto part of this. We are, and together, we make really good music as a choral group. Singularly, the bass line might not be too palatable for most folks, and some soprano lines are might not be conducive, but you mix the two just right, and it's beautiful music. Having sung in a choir for years myself. So, how do we, in the universe of things, so we're each singing, and if we pay attention to this, we contribute to this. This is important. So you got to have the open mind, though, for this thing to work. If you don't believe it and you don't have faith, I'm always preaching that. Have faith, and believe, 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 believe. You know, Sir Anthony Hopkins, he has a speech out there, and believe it, and all of his life he believes it. We need to have that we believe it. We have faith in this. So, but that, when we have a good thought and we project it to the universe, we believe that it can have an effect, and we have faith that it will. So instinctively, we do our best to put it out there to the universe, right? So if you believe in the collective, if you believe that, then it can happen. So we together, when we all breathe together, as one of the cards, and I'll find out which one it is. But when you lift your spirit up, as that you can lift another's spirits simply by lifting yours, by being next to them and give them a how you doing today, you all right today, everything go groovy, and everything and lift their spirits, lift them up in some way. Not it doesn't cost any money, and just lift them up and be able to instinctively feel that way. Lift them up. And then when you lift them up, they lift someone else up. And then together, so between the two of you, you've sort of made a third, you know? So to lift someone else up, then the two of you are lifted up. And that energy then, and by lifting, I know I'm repeating myself, but by lifting each other up, that we help to lift up the rest of humanity. That's what that card said yesterday. And I'm breathing it today, going, every time we breathe, we can breathe and lift up humanity. Holy crap. I mean, I believe that. But somehow reading that card yesterday for which whatever it was and so forth, but that card and that little message right there about that we have the ability to lift others up, and by doing so we lift up the rest of humanity. Yeah, that is just so cool. you know so do you believe it? I do. And for every day goes by, I believe it a little more. Now, it might be that low frequency that I'm listening to that somehow is helping me to understand it. Now, I'm bringing this up because Miss Chloe and other folks are at a different frequency than I am at the moment, right? Not good or bad. One's not better or worse than the other. It depends on the situation and the person that has to be involved in that frequency. But we all have to learn how to monitor the radio stations in the universe. Or if not, some folks just don't give a crap. That's okay. Um, but for those of us who are on this journey of learning it, then we want to know, well, these low frequencies down here, they don't necessarily bring me down. People say, well, low frequencies, oh, that's the devil. Oh, no, them low frequencies will bring you down. Yeah, but not always. In certain circumstances, them low energies are what you need to reconnect to Mother Earth. If you get too high a frequency, then you're literally way, way up here somewhere when maybe you need to have your dadgum feet on the ground, literally on the ground, stuck in some dirt somewhere, and feel that lower frequency to help you to ground. All right. Because different frequencies do different things, as they're finding out and have for over the years with the different rife frequencies and so forth, and healing and so forth, like that. Right. So we do understand that frequencies are absolutely important. Oh man, nobody there to remind me of a 20. But I reminded. So to bring things to the basics of stuff, how open can you have your mind? How open? See, now I haven't said anything about religion, right? In any of this, but everything that I've been talking about is spiritual, nonetheless. Okay. What? Hawkeye, you mean you've been tricking us? Yeah. So everything I've been talking about is very spiritual. It's connected to the universe and the quantum. It's connected to the great spirit all the time. These are things that were given to us by the creator, not by some demon or devil or some kind of alien folks. No, we were given this by the creator. It is up to us, though, how we decide to use it. So if we were to practice, like for example, here's one. Just give me a simple one, guys, gals. I think it's just guys up there tonight, but just in case. Oh, it's mixed company. Okay. And so, but anyway, so you go to a park bench. Just this is just some example. You go to a park bench and you just sit still. That's all. You just go and sit still and find out what happens. Now, you can sit in different places in the park. It's up to you, depending on how busy it is or whatever. But irregardless of the foot traffic or the time of day, and you might try this at different times of the day, uh, and for traffic or whatever. But the idea would be to just sit in the park bench and just watch. Set a time limit if you want to, 30 minutes. Now, you should try this to sit still as possible for 30 minutes. Why? Because you want to become invisible. Okay? You want to be camouflaged in broad daylight. All right? You want to see if any animals come up to you or don't. You want to see if there's any foot traffic, if anybody says hi, how you doing as they go by, or if they just walk by and ignore you or just don't see you, which is not necessarily ignoring you. But so the experiment is that you sit on the park bench, uh, you know, and it doesn't have to be every day, but the more you can be consistent with it, if you're trying to learn how to do this now, all right, and you could take a lunch break and go out and sit somewhere, all right. So, but the exercise is, am I, but for example, I used to go out and sit in the truck at times, and there'd be people that walk right by, you know, and they go, "Well, I didn't see you sitting in the truck." Well, that's because I was trying to be invisible. I didn't want you to see me in my truck, even though I was in the parking lot, even though you literally walked right by the truck. You didn't see me because I didn't want you to. You know, if I'd wanted to, I would have just like opened up a little bit, sitting on the thing. I'd put my hand on the steering wheel. I would have done something, and then you'd go, "Hi, Dave," and you'd waved. But I had my hands in my lap, and I was sitting back in the seat, and I was trying to be invisible, and you didn't see me. Okay, so but on park bench, so there are things that you can do to practice. And now I would question, like, why do you want to practice being invisible? But for me, being out in the country and out in the woods, and you want to sneak around, you don't want animals to see you who are very perceptive. Then, for example, sitting in the park with squirrels. If squirrels don't see you or participate or whatever, because around here, if you go walking in the woods, you take 5 feet, step 5 feet into the woods, every squirrel for a quarter mile is going to know you're there. However, it is, whether they can see you, other squirrels are going to react. There's this little bit of chipper chipper that goes on. So the you want to disappear. So it depends on your situation. So I want to go in the woods. I want to be able to take photographs of things and them not know that I'm there, or at least if they know that I'm there, that they're comfortable. Because this is the other thing in being camouflaged in nature, it's that nature is comfortable with you being there. You're not an eyesore. You don't stick out. Okay. Nature says it's okay. And so nature, in a way, invites you to become I know this sounds probably stupid, but keep your an open mind. Nature invites you to be part of it, which means you're sort of camouflaged, unless you're wearing a damn bright orange shirt or something, right? So the idea is very simple. So you wear things that, help you, whatever, not just in nature, but in life. You wear those things that are appropriate for your background, okay? So that you will, uh, that what you wear will help camouflage you in some way or make you not necessarily stand out unless you need to, but be part of the organization, if you will. You want to show that you're a team player or however that, and I have been there, trust me. So, You have to wear the appropriate clothes and present yourself accordingly. As I had to present myself as an engineer, you have to wear that badge of authority in order to be that engineer and to be that person, kind of thing. We all have the same potential. Yes, but I would say that there are some folks that who have a greater potential, but they don't know it. And then there are some people who think they have potential and they're nothing more than assholes in disguise, like a used car salesman or a new car salesman. Shame on me. I've known several car salesmen over the years. So, but you do think we all have the ability to learn gifts that won't be journey related? Oh no, no, they're all journey related. Anything you learn along the way, Miss Chloe, is journey related. Okay, unless you just make a hard left somewhere along the line for yourself, and you go, well, I don't know if this is journey related or not. But everything that you learn, some things are more appropriate than others, but everything that you learn in this journey of life is appropriate. Maybe not for me. And things that, what that sickness I went through for 10 days may not be appropriate for you. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't wish it on you. But to the point, though, that most things along the way will help you in your journey. Now, there have been times I'm guilty of this. Back, I might be ignorant to think this, but don't see why it would need gifts that wouldn't be related. Because if you're not like hawk or eagle, and if you're too close to the ground, you may not see where this talent is appropriate at this time. Okay. It won't be until some later date that you cannot see down the road. But just like Swan, do you accept what the Creator and the Great Spirit has for you? And you just accept it without any change or whatever, you know? And that on the other side, that you have accepted the grace. That grace is this. I don't know why I'm learned this, and I've got it. And here's the thing, and I'm gonna accept that the Creator has a plan for this, and leave it at that. Because in that acceptance to the universe, like Swan accepted and came out on the other side with the grace. Okay. So those things we might not know now will come up at the damnedest times. Now, I am reminded, I don't know of how many of you have heard me tell this story, but it's that time of year. And it would have been about the 19th of December. And, here we are 10 days later. But was agitated, and my friend Tim was here, and I said, listen, I feel like I need to go to Walmart. You want to go to town? It was like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. No reason at all, just decided to go to town, to Moultrie. And off we went in my little Toyota. And went there and walking around, and he goes, so what's up? And I was like, I don't know. Are you ready to go yet? No. And so it's like, all right. And he goes, well, why? And I said, I don't know. There's just this angel thing going on. We're walking around Walmart in Moultrie. So I go, okay. All of a sudden, I was like, okay, it's time to go. So I went up, paid for the stuff, stopped by my friend Martha's house. I love you, baby. I miss you. And her, you know, um, microwave oven started going off. Beep, 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 all by itself. Beep, 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 beep. I looked over there, it was 431. 431. She went over, opened up the door, and closed it. She goes, "You got something somewhere you got to be at 4 or something?" I was like, "No." And I was like, it was like 12:30 or something or whatever. And you got somewhere to be? No, we're chatting for another minute, and it goes off again. Beep, 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 beep. 431. I went over, opened up the door, and I said, "Okay, that's twice." I said, "It's time to go." So we jumped in the car, and on the way home, come over this hill, and looking down, it's a long stretch to across these two bridges. It looks like a campfire in the middle of the road. And as we approach this spot, there's this truck on the right hand side of the road that is coming at us, but not. It's crashed into the bridge. And there is a fire under the truck. So Tim and I both get out, and he goes towards the truck. I got the cell phone. I call 911. I call 911, can't get a signal because we're at the bottom of that little slope. I look down and I close the phone, and the phone rings. It's 911, and I look down, and it's 1:34 in the morning, which was 431 backwards on the microwave oven. Now, this gentleman, the truck's on fire underneath. There's gasoline dripping. Tim gets him out of the vehicle and over to me on the side of the road where I start treating him for shock. He's missing his left leg from the knee down. It's gone. We don't have any gloves on or any kind of special stuff. I go into the car, I get a jacket, I get a tourniquet, I get a belt, I get a couple of things really quick, and we treat him for shock on the side of the road. Now I've talked to 911. They're on their way. It takes 10 minutes for a cop to get there. We have since put the fire out underneath the truck. It ain't going to blow up. We have since stabilized this guy who's, thank God, is not squirting blood everywhere. But what had happened was that he had hit the edge of the end of towards the end of the guardrail so hard with his truck. It went through the front of the truck, through the radiator, through the firewall, and chopped his leg off just below the knee and was sticking out in the bed of the back of the pickup truck. Now, thank God that happened because the friction that of the pickup truck, the friction of it is what cauterized his leg so that he was not squirting blood everywhere and didn't die from loss of blood. But still, we treated him for such. Now, when the ambulance got there, they just they didn't move us out of the way. They moved in beside us. I'm holding up this guy's stump with my hands like this, and the EMT looks at me and he goes, "Don't you want a pair of gloves?" And I had blood all over me from this guy's leg. And I said, "Don't you think it's a little late for that?" And so he's wrapping it up with gauze and fixing him up and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, when did God teach me how to hold a bloody stump to be bandaged? When did God teach me that I was going to need this talent at this point on the way home from Walmart one night and save this person's life? Now, Chloe, I don't know if anything would like that would ever happen. But to my point, I learned as a Boy Scout how to deal with, with safety things, and and that kind of stuff. I've always learned and known. I've had my leg broken. I worked as a manager and as a trainer on a football team for Tampa Catholic till we graduated. I've worked with other folks and stuff. I worked with children, after when I moved up here to Georgia, and teaching them, crippled folks how to walk and so forth. So, I had learned these things, but never did I ever think that I was going to hold a bloody stump of a man whose leg had just been cut off. Never in my list of stuff would I have thought, but it's there. And every year around this time, I thank the spirits and the creator for have given me the guts to be able to do what had to be done. And the fact that we did save a man's life, and the fact that, uh, 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 through I told this story to Bobby Jean, which was my sort of adopted daughter, back when I bought this property, and she said, "Well, that's my cousin. It was my cousin's husband. You are the ones that saved him on the side of the road." And I went, "Yep, it was me and Tim." And she was like, "Oh my God." And I said, "So how's he doing?" And he said, "He's got he's quit drinking. Um, he has got a prosthetic on his leg." And she said, "I saw him not recently in town or whatever." She goes, "He's getting around just fine." And I was like, "Well, then you never know. If you ever see him, tell him those guys that saved his life that night said hi, just for the hell of it." Like, what? Yeah. You mean you really know who saved my life that night? Yep. Couldn't save his leg. That was too far gone. But to the point though, is like, yep. So, but that you never know is my point. You never know at whatever circumstance when you're going to be asked, if you're ever asked, to perform some kind of something. Now, we saved that man's life that night, didn't save his leg, but to the point though that I didn't upchuck. I kept my wits about me. Where did I learn that? The universe taught me. I had to have faith in the universe. I had to have faith that I could pull this off. I'm holding a bloody stump, for crying out loud, with my hands, while the EMT's wrapping him up, and I'm going. He goes, "Don't you want, gloves? Aren't you worried about the blood?" And I'm like, "I just have to just accept God's going to make it okay." And he's alive and I'm alive. So I, couldn't ask for more. But oh, I can't hold him. I can't help you there, buddy. I don't want to get no blood on me. I'm afraid that the blood might contaminate. He might give me some. Oh, screw it. Nah. If the Good Samaritan was the real, true Good Samaritan, he just jumped right in there, you know. So in these instances, and Tim was on his head, holding his head still while they were putting a neck brace on him and everything. And so, but every year at this time, I am reminded of that trip down memory lane. That holding on to a bloody stump ain't really what I try to remember at Christmas time. But the fact that we saved that man's life that night for his daughter, that's what makes it Christmas time for me. He's still around for his daughter, and we just happen to be there like angels to facilitate the situation. Now, are we all going to be called upon to do those kinds of things? Lord knows, I hope not. But one thing that I have learned through all of this is this: I don't know of how much horrible a situation could be. Maybe somebody being shot and bleeding out or something. I don't know. I would rather not be there or understand. But the fact that I was able to hold a man's bloody stump after it was cut off in an accident tells me that if in a pinch, I got what it takes. Not bragging, because holding a bloody stump is not an easy thing to do. But the fact that I could do it, the fact that I did do it, is hopefully I'll never have to have that talent again. Two earth angels, y'all were absolutely, absolutely, Chloe. And the thing is I was sitting here watching a movie, and something said you got to go to town, and I was like, why? And they were like, you need to go to town. Well, what's the connection, Dave? Hawkeye, go to town. Yeah, but okay. Well, Tim, you want to go with me? Yep, and we did. So it wasn't like we were in town headed home. We went to town, hung around, and then on our way home after that, that's when it happened. So whoever in the universe knew that this guy was in trouble that night was really watching out for him. Because I thought about it. It was like, how did my angel group know at 8 o'clock that this was going to happen at 1:30? Literally. And I'm sitting here watching a movie and like, wait a minute, my angels are like shaking me, going, you got to go. Why? You got to go. For what reason? You got to have faith. Okay. Well, then go. Okay. And off we went. So, but to say that we were in town already and somehow got slowed down or were asked to go over here or something, that was sort of there, but I was sent to town, you know, told to get my ass up and go, whether Tim had gone or not. But anyway, so the whole circumstance around that night, that evening, and it was around the 19th of December. So every year around this time, I get a little melancholy and think about it. Holy crap. But it's that, so am I special? What made me get up to go to town in the first place? I mean, I'm still asking myself, what made me have enough faith to go into town that night? What prompted me, get up, go to town? Why? Don't know. Go to town. Why? Just go. Have faith. There is no other reason than having faith. And then to have had to, honest to God, saved a man's life. Couldn't save his leg, but, at least was able to, wrap him up good. But the fact that somehow the angels were looking out for him, and it was a weird connection to what could have been my adopted daughter, Bobby Jean, her cousin of all cousins' husband, actually. So not even related, but somehow in this weird cosmic world down here, that that happened to be that's who got saved that night. Because we were there for 30 minutes, and the cops showed up about 15 minutes in. The ambulance was the next other vehicle that was there. Actually, it was the state patrol, and then the ambulance right behind it. But it took them 30 minutes to get there. This guy would have been dead in 30 minutes. He would not have survived because the fire was getting larger. If Tim hadn't put out the fire and we hadn't pulled him out and so forth and stabilized him, he probably would not have made it. Okay, that the truck would have blown up. It would have caught on fire and he would have burned alive. That would have been horrible. So, but the fact that nobody came down that road that night, uh, except those that we called, just so that in and of itself was a miracle. whether we had actually pulled him out of the vehicle or not and done all these other things, the fact that we were the only ones that had been on that road that night, all that time, had, you know. So anyway, I know I keep talking about it, but the amount of coincidences, the synchronicities that were not necessarily, what do you want? What do you want? You've had supper. What do you want? What you wagging your tail? It's the middle of the damn night. What do you want? I ain't got nothing. You want a donut? Hey, you want a donut? Do you? You want a donut? Okay. He likes donuts. He don't like the chocolate ones. But so anyway, in this lifetime of things, so Miss Chloe, I think your question, do you want this? You don't want it? You don't want a donut? Well, here. Well, I don't know what you want if you don't want a donut. Never mind. Then go on. I don't know what you want. So I think back to your original question is that, what talent or whatever you might learn now or something, 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 that's been a good 20 years ago about. Um, and so we don't know what the creator is going to ask of us to do. And big or small, tall or short, we don't know until we get there. And I would just say, learn as much as you can because, a jack of all trades will get you through times when, just knowing how to, you know, put up bricks, being a brick mason, no offense to brick masons, but being a jack of all trades can help you out in the long run. So that's true with everybody in life. So learn philosophy, learn about art, learn about music, learn about frequencies, learn about stuff along the way. And you say, well, what good is this going to do me? It might not do you any good, but at some point it just might be fun. Music, for example, we was talking about orchestral music the other day, and I was like, we used to sit in the park and down in Tampa and listen, and they would sometimes have different things, to hear an orchestra rather than but in a building or outside or whatever it is, to be up close to an orchestra and listen to them play is so much different than listening on a record or in a tape or in your car or something like that. There's something about the vibration of the woods and things. Makes sense. So, but anyway, learn all you can along the way, whether you think it's appropriate now or not. Learn along the way and take it in and smile as you do it and thank the creator for the opportunity to have had somebody show you this little bit of something over here on the side that may not save somebody's life, but it may come in handy and you just never know. So that's my line and I'm sticking to it. But no, honestly, and especially in my line of work, it's like, a lot of stuff you got. You know, I'm so glad this guy showed me how to split wood back in the day. I'm so glad that this person showed me how to do this back in the day. I'm so glad somebody showed me something, something, something back in the day. You know, and to me nowadays I'm sort of that guy, because I've learned all these little tricks along the way. And somebody says, that's a cool trick, Mr. Dave. I'm glad somebody showed me that, you know. And so you didn't know it till it came along, but somebody had to show me the trick, or at least give me the idea to go look for a solution to a trick or something. I mean, so, and sometimes the person you think has the least to give you might give you a one liner that will last you a lifetime. And there was this old black man years ago. I respect him to this day. Don't know his name, don't I just know that he was old when I met him. And it was very briefly. And he said, "Son, always know which way you're going. And if you're going downhill, make sure you got your brakes on." Now, the funny part about that is that I got this old man's pickup truck. He bought it brand new, and it was a 3-speed on the column. Now, for those of you old enough to know, a 3-speed on the column, you had first was down here, then you went up to the middle, and then up to second, and then down to third. No one had showed this man when he bought the truck that it had 3 speeds and a reverse. So all he knew was it had a second and a third. Nobody showed him how to pull it to you and down for first, and then up and over and up to the second, and then down to third to shift. He didn't know that it had a reverse. So before I bought his truck, living here in Moultrie, I'd seen this old black man park his truck on the hill at the Roses store. He always parked it high up on the hill. It was like, why does he carrying all his groceries up here, kind of thing? Well, after I bought the truck and they told me the story, what he told me was, he said, always know which way you're going. And if you're going downhill, use the brake. So he was talking about parking on a hill at the Roses parking lot. Know which way you're going. Because if you park up here on the hill, then you know which way you can go, and you can go downhill, and you can start in second, which was always easier because you could get a running start with your, and but then at the same time, if you're going downhill, make sure your parking brakes on. So it was ingenious, but the amount of information in that one line: know which way you're going, and if you're going downhill, make sure to use your brake. And he was referring to his old pickup truck that he thought only had 2 gears. So talk about words of wisdom. Don't know the guy's name. My pickup truck's long gone, but the story's still there. And that one line about that, how precious is it? How important is it to listen? Because when I heard it, and then somebody said, well, that black man over there he's the one that turned in his truck and I said, you mean that's the guy who just bought his truck? And they went, yeah, that's the story you just told me. That's the black guy right there walking down the sidewalk. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, Chloe. Wow, 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 wow. But so, my life has been full of these kinds of stories and stuff, and instances and lessons along the way. And that old black man that talked to me had just sold his truck to the Ford company and to trade in and was going to get an automatic. And he was old at the time that he sold it. All I know is he was a really old man. And I know that, uh, that it was his truck that I ended up getting. And that's the story. And I still have the transmission in my shop, by the way, that was rebuilt. But that's another story. Now that's interesting. But I do. I still have that transmission. It's been reworked. It probably should be worth a bunch of money. I should sell that some bitch. But anyway, it's an original 1951 Chevrolet 3/4 ton manual shift transmission, you know, that has been reworked and in good shape. So, yeah, I should try to sell it. But anyway, but you never know when little one-liners will come along that will just sort of influence you. And it's like, oh, and that was just good information. But after knowing, he meant about his truck, but always know which way you're going, you know, which direction you're headed in. It always just pays. Now, he parked up on the hill because he knew he needed to go downhill first to get going. And from up there on the hill, he had lots of options as to which way he could go. So, but he knew that he had to go downhill first, so he knew which way to go, right? So, any way that you're going, know which way you're going, pay attention to your surroundings, you can learn how to be camouflaged, especially if you believe it. But if you believe in your aura, and if you believe that you can kind of make yourself disappear into the back, into the chair or whatever, then there you go. So, where does this all fit in the universe? What about aliens and so forth? Well, they exist. you know, that's one of the things that folks are going to have to really be paying attention to, it seems, here in this new year. Is that yes, you know, yes, Charlotte, there are aliens. Aliens do exist, and all different kinds and flavors and so forth for a long time. So that's number one, and that folks are just going to have to just gritty it down. To what level, it will depend on how much information folks want to put out there. But no, not every, alien is a reptilian, and not every alien is a tall white or a good one. Not every, not saying that the tall whites are good. I'm just saying, but um, everybody seems to have an agenda. So some of them are a lot worse than others, you know, and some of them are okay. But some of them really do want to be teachers and want to hang out and are sociable kind of people. Um, but then others just really honestly want to just take advantage of us. But yes, Charlotte, they do exist. So, what about beings from inner Earth? What about them? The answer is yes. There are beings on the inner Earth, and they look a lot like us. And then there are those who are the ant people that the Hopi talked about. And that, yes, Virginia, those entities uh, are, are real as well. Do we have ancestors from the dog star Sirius? Yes, Virginia, as the Dogon and other religions have talked about for a long time, we absolutely have connections to the Dog Star Nation folks from up yonder. So, yes to these things. And just because they're old and that they're legends, you got to have an open mind. Where did the legends come from? It came from the people who came from there. Let's not be, um, so close minded that that's not acceptable. Robert and I did a live stream last night talking about uh, the Mayan and Mesoamerica culture and the Yucatan and down in there, and the miles and miles and miles of roads that were built between the temples and so forth. And how big the temples are is one thing, but the plateaus and the plazas, how they laid these things out. Now, everybody talks about the Giza Plateau and over there in Egypt, and that's all really cool. Don't get me wrong, but the amount of rocks and stones in Mexico are just as numerous as the big ones in Egypt. Now, my point to that is that there are miles of roadbed that weren't just laid out, but then they used gravel in between the big stones and then used like a plaster cement to go on top of that to make it smooth. Now, why did they do that? It was so they could move large stones on carts with wheels. So they would make it easier for them to transport and build the damn pyramids that they have. Now, in Egypt, it's just sand. I bet you, what if they dug down and they found that there were plazas that were paved? And that's how they got the stones there instead of some crazy logs that they cut over, cut was trying to push with a bunch of slaves. But the thing is that there are miles of these roads and plazas between these different temples that were paved better than the Roman roads were, okay? Before the Roman roads were made, maybe basically. So here you have Mayan roads, which were built better than the Roman roads, when folks thought that the Roman roads were like the big deal. And the Romans, who'd they get it from? Maybe the Mayans, who knows? But to this point, though, that there was an intelligence, one can say during the Roman times, we saw this occur. And the Romans did this during this period of time. We actually saw it occur in history. The Mayans, on the other hand, were away from Europe and influence and that. So we did not see it being done. Okay. So when the Spanish got here, it was already done. All right. And the Mayans had already had like the Romans, had already had a big peak in the civilization and all these other types of things. But here's the deal: that they did it, and the Romans didn't necessarily build these pyramid type temples or whatever. They did build temple type devices, but differently. But here the Mayans, without any kind of European influence, were doing these huge, great, big types of things over roads that they built. Okay. So I don't think the Mayans are given enough. Um, it's all about the Egyptians. It's all about how the Egyptians did something. But what about the Mayans? What about not just the Mayans, but the Colombians and the Peruvians and folks? Wait a minute, what about these other peoples? They were just as damn smart, if not smarter. Why? Well, because there are a lot more temples and stuff in the Yucatan than there are in Egypt. There are more roads and more plateaus and more stuff than is in Egypt. Okay. Why do I think that there is more going on over here? Not necessarily in the same intensity, maybe, where the pyramids in Egypt were all polished and shiny and all this kind of stuff. And, not the same as maybe over here, and I'm not speaking to that, but there's three major um, pyramids over there and some minor ones set about, it's not bad and they're spread out, but, and it's a shame there's a desert and a bunch of sand, but in Yucatan and in that area, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. And so, what prompted these people to build these things all over the place? And all up and down the Yucatan and Mexico City and down and into the peninsula and down into Colombia and down into these other places, what really prompted these folks to build these things, right? What civilization all those years ago? And supposedly some of this stuff was like built in 200 years. I would say maybe. And my maybe is this: we saw in 200 or 300 years, Rome take over and build roads and things and stuff all throughout Europe and all the way over into England and, widespread stuff, right? The Romans did it. They had the manpower and the slaves and etc. And apparently the technology. So with that said, though, that yeah, I guess it could be done because the Romans sort of proved that they could do it in a couple of 100 years across Europe. That these things, these roads could be laid out in Mexico and so forth in a couple of 100 years. Okay, that's believable. But here's something that I don't believe: it's when they said they did it, because they still have not found the tools and chisels and stuff that was required to do some of these things. Who taught them how to do this? Who gave them the mathematics to be able to set up these temples in such a way? And also to lift these rocks all the way up, these big cut stones, these big, these monuments. When you look at them from above, you can see that the corners align. They're not nice and flush and everything like the Egyptian pyramids. But oh my God, they line up. And oh my God, they're special than the Egyptian pyramids. So the planet was infected with knowledge. Okay. That's sort of where I'm headed with this. The planet was infected with knowledge, and it was infected with people who knew how to grow things. Why? Because the people who built these roads and temples had to be fed. Okay. And they just didn't live on beans and rice. They had to be fed 7 days a week, 365 days a year, mostly. So people who were stone workers did not have time to farm. So there were people who had to be farmers. Now, why am I saying you got to have an open mind for this? Because the Archimedes, he might have had something to do with this, but not the archaeologists today, there are some of them who are trying to think out of the box, but I haven't heard any of them talk about how many people it took to support all the massive stone cutting and everything going on. So there had been farming and agriculture and transit of these things. There were truckloads of food being moved down these roads that they built long before they built all this other stuff. You follow me? So they were a lot smarter than just hunter gatherers, you know? And I think the Mesoamericans were at least, if not smarter, than the Egyptians and rivaled the Romans. And that, this idea that they're these stupid peoples, all these people that lived over here were just hunter gatherers, stupid people, blah, blah, blah. Nah. They weren't all murderers either. Did they do sacrifices? Yeah, God, I hate to talk, but they did. But they didn't murder everybody. Not everybody was a murderer, but everybody had to work for the community. Otherwise, it would have survived. So, but anyway, in this understanding, keep an open mind. There have been millions of us on this planet over the years. Okay, maybe even billions of us, because they don't count. Well, this town could hold 100,000 people. Well, and that one right over there held 35 to 50,000 people. That one over there, well, there's a 500,000, and well, there's 1,000,000. And then when you move down the coast and you move down the country and you go, oh my God, there's 500 million people that used to live through here. Well, where'd all that food come from? How did they get the food? How did they move the food? How did they do all these industry? And people were smart, and there was trade, and there was this, and there commerce, and people have been doing this for a long time. Don't let these other folks fool you. And this idea that, oh, it was, it just started just before Christ. Nah, these folks were doing this for a long time, and they had help in the understanding with their ancestors. So, and you might want to call them ancestors angels or aliens or whatever, and that would probably be true. But the idea that, somehow they were just stupid people who lived in the jungle and one day woke up and built this society is stupid as well. So we have to have an open mind and understand that people hasn't been as stupid as some folks would like us to believe. So in this new realm in 2024, there are people who are going to try to tell us that we are stupid and that we don't know what we're talking about. So this is my warning for this coming year. Oh, it's almost 420. Whoa, sorry about that. I got a little left in my pipe. But so let's have an original 420 and then I'll say adios. But to keep an open mind about stuff, it's like folks are trying to tell us that 2024 is going to be the worst year ever. Well, we've been told that now for several years, that each year is going to be the worst. I say, trying to come back around to my original discussion earlier on a couple of hours ago, is that this, for every one of us, when we take a deep breath, we raise our spirits. We can raise the spirits of another. And between us, we can raise the spirits of a third. And we can raise this for everyone that we raise up in spirits, we raise up the spirits of humanity as a whole. That's not a bad idea to go with into 2024 or beyond. But the idea that, if we're all going to be breathing bad air next year and it's all going to be crummy, that's keeping that intensity down. So I'm asking that we all go into this next year lifting each other up, saying we're going to, even if it turns into crap, we're going to do the best we can. Because with all the stories about how stupid we used to be thousands of years ago, and how this, that, and the other thing, and how thousands of years ago we were just stupid human beings. No, we're not stupid human beings now. Don't let them get away with it. Cheers, everybody. So what are we going to do about it? We're going to learn things along the way. We're going to keep an eye on these people. And we're going to lift up our brethren, especially those who wish to be lifted or need some help. And we're going to do it with kindness. And we're not going to be angry about it. and we're going to go, oh, need a little help? Okay. Now that don't mean that we're going to go around supporting folks and giving them all our money and all that. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about helping those with. It might get complex maybe with somebody that needs a lot of help, but in instances, just the fact that every day we can think about lifting up humanity with our spirit, with our own spirits. And when we do lift up the rest of humanity. Just keep that in mind. We're all connected, so this idea, if you keep it connected in 2024, oh, AI is going to get us. Not unless you want them to. Ooh, AI is going to pull the wool over our eyes. Not unless you want them to. Now, I would say that if you're seeing Chloe and folks, because I'm picking on Chloe, that if you see giant eyes in the sky, you need to ask your fellow brethren and sister, and do you see what I see? And if they don't, it may be the frequency. Okay. And if they do and you do, then that frequency might be the same and you might be seeing it. But keep this in mind: the Project Bluebeam thing, to be able to check, to be able to project the right frequency of a quote blue beam into the quantum energy. So anyone who's trained, we don't know if we're trained or not, but simply by watching movies and things and stuff, we are trained. Okay. So our environment trains us to see certain things or doesn't, you know. So the blue beam that might be coming out, Project Blue Beam, right, might be to project literally a false image in our brains. It may not really be anything at all. It may literally be a projection, not on the atmosphere, but in our brains, that it gets bounced off the atmosphere and all these transmission lines and everything. So that the Project Blue Beam is that it's beamed directly into our head, so that the hologram is literally in here. Okay. It's not out there. We don't actually see it out there. It's in here, but we see it. We still see it. So it's going to be interesting how this plays out. All right. But, in my warnings of things about this, so if you have an open mind, that it could be several of the above, maybe not necessarily all of the above, but they've already proven that they can kind of project things into our brains. We can project things into our brains with each other with a little bit of practice, right? So it's not a far cry to say, well, these dumb sons of bitches can use the quantum energy with AI to project things into our brain. When so many folks are glued to screens and computers and cell phones and stuff, that, then that connection is easier. So as I've told people before, turn off your devices. I haven't yacked about that enough lately, because here I am with a device. But at least I do turn it off and keep it away from me, and I don't check it all the time. Even though when my little frog goes off, but um, the idea though that we should control our electronic devices and not let them control us. Because how can AI control us if the device is off, or if it's over there? So it's going to be real difficult for AI to get to me. Okay. Simply because I turn things off. And simply because in my realm of thinking, I am aware that AI, you know, Bob and I have talked over the years but if it ain't Bob, I don't want to chat. But are my angel buddies AI in the quantum cosmic kind of sense? Well, maybe, you know, sort of. But I'm part of the AI as well because I'm part of the quantum. I exist, therefore I am. I have a spirit that is on a frequency. We all have our own IP address kind of thing. I would have swore I just saw something go back there. It's so crazy. All these I didn't get to read the rest. But the idea though that we are all connected. So they're going to be doing some freaky shit to us. They're going to be trying to do some freaky shit to us. And I would say that people, possibly in more populated areas, are going to be more susceptible to mass hypnosis, mass hypnotic suggestion, because with all the power lines and all the different routers and all the different people and all the different people with their own frequencies, and if you get a bunch of group in the neighborhood and they're all going along unbeknownst to them, mind you, but they're all of a certain frequency and of a mindset, then all of a sudden they can be affecting other people, and that raises up that consciousness level kind of thing. But it may not raise it up in the way that we would like, you know, because they are conscious of the fact that they can muck with this. So we need to be aware of that. If you want to go outside and jump up and down and take a gun and go shoot somebody, it might be that they're messing with you, seriously. So, if you want to dress up in some weird clothes or no clothes and join a parade, they might be mucking with you, you know. So I love you, my dear friends. It's been 4 hours and 2 minutes. I was only going to do this for an hour or so until yeah, poor zombies, right? Learning all those things now and discerning all of it. Yeah, here's the thing, Chloe. There are sometimes there are things that you find along the way. Like for me here in the house, I just stick it in the window, you know, and then come to find out I've got this rock that came from somewhere, and we were looking at it, and it's prehistoric. It's a stone that's got an edge on it that's got a carved out spot that fits exactly right here in your hand for skinning or whatever they were using it for. Oh my God. And it sits over there in the window. And it's like somebody said, "Where'd you get that rock?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know. I think I got it in Arkansas." And they were like, they picked it up and went, "Do you know what this rock's for?" And I had not really thought about it because it looks like a piece of flint. I think it is. And and they was like, "This is a scraper." And I went, "What?" And they were like, "Look how it fits your hand right here." And I went, "What?" It was like, oh my God. I always wondered why, that rock felt comfortable in my hand, and somebody in prehistoric times used that rock, and I just happened to pick it up out of a stream. So here's the thing. But do I need it now? But no. If I needed to learn how to, I have tried to learn how to skin deer and so forth, and you have to flesh them out, and there are things you need to do. And oh my God, I got a tool that could do that, a primitive tool that was actually used for that. So, oh my goodness, it doesn't happen to everybody. But here's the thing, long in life, you never know. Like you say, you never. I picked up this rock in Arkansas, literally way out in the middle of nowhere in northern Arkansas in the Ozarks. And I've had this rock for years. And then somebody else showed it to me and said, "Did you know what that was used for?" And I went, "Holy shit." So, but anyway, we never know when what we might think of. I didn't think it was necessarily a simple rock, but I didn't know it at the time when I picked it up. I just said, this is interesting, and took it home with me, right? And then to come to find out these years later on that it was actually a scraper. You know, wow, cool beans, right? I have tons of those rocks. I think are the rock you have, maybe. But to the point though, you never know when something the spirit will see. For me, it's always been here. Pick that up, and I go, why? Pick it up. Why? Pick it up. Okay. They tell me 3 times to pick it up. I'm gonna pick it up. And so, like going down on the river and finding those two antler in, in very different places, but both buried deep in the sand. So you have to listen to your instincts. You have to listen to your spirit guide. You have to believe that you got one, but you got to work it out too. With my spirit guides, I know it's them. And there are tricks and tests and things that you can do. And they should not be offended that you want to make sure it's them. If they were, if I had a spirit one time, I thought it was them, and they were like, "Oh, well, it's got to be me. I'm your spirit guide." And I was like, "Bullshit!" Here you are saying, "Oh, well, it's got to be me. Of course, it's me." And my folks would just go, "It's us, dude," and that'd be that. There would be no trying to convince me and jumping up and down and this high pitched voice, and it was like, you ain't the one. And later on, my folks came and said, we tried to warn you, but I was still new at listening, kind of thing, and I didn't want to listen to anything, and I was being real, blah, 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 blah. And so that was part of my learning. But the one of the things that later on in trying to learn in retrospect, it kind of thing, they didn't you think about how high pitched that was versus us? And I was like, it's sort of like these guys are like, they're just laid back, they're stoned like me, right? And like, yeah, man, it's us, dude. It's like the big Lebowski kind of thing, man. It's like, well, chill it, and this one was like, hey, it's me. Of course it's me. And, it's like, get out of here. So, but in life, you should be aware of those types of things. And there are woolly boogers that will come along and try to sidestep your folk. Make sure that your spirit guides really are the real deal and that there isn't some kind of something that's camouflaged as them. And it sounds like them, and they're kind of sort of on that frequency, and you're kind of picking them up, but it ain't them. There's some kind of falsehood, and just because you can hear them, don't mean it's the right ones. Period. Just because you can hear them, don't mean it's the right ones. Well, it's my spirit guides. How do you know? Well, because they are. How do you know? Are now for me, I've talked about my folks this for a long time, and you probably kind of picked up. I'm always looking up to the right, and there's a little spot just right there that feels like they're sitting there. There's a board that goes across right up there. Okay, so it's almost like they're sitting up there in the rafters, kind of thing. It's open up to the second story there. So, but so it's almost like they're sitting up there, looking down and watching. So in my mind's eye, and they're not anywhere else in the house, they're sort of just right up there. Now, are they actually in the house? I don't know. But they're sort of right there all the time. So now I can be outside and walking around, and they can still be up and to the right. All right. So, which is interesting, not necessarily being in the house. So, how do you know it's your spirit guides? How do you identify? Find out. have test with them. Say, okay, you're my spirit guides, then prove it. And you say, well, what do you mean prove it? Well, you should give me a test and I'll see if I can pass the test. If you can prove, and also, if you're giving me some kind of bullshit, oh, I can lead you to deer antler down on the river. Okay, show me. What do you mean? Well, show me. Don't just yak at me in my head. Show me. So then I go to the river and I'm like, okay, I'm done. And I go, no, 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 no. We really mean business. Okay, well then show me. Well, look down. And I was like, I did. And they were no, they said, look down, Hawkeye. And I went, what? And I looked down and brushed away the leaves that were there on the sand. And there were these spikes sticking up out of the sand. I was literally standing on one of the antlers. So that was proof to me, and then he showed me where the other one was. So if your spirit guides are like trying to taunt you with something that they know, or they're going to show you this great thing, then okay, prove it. And they won't get, now don't be arrogant about it, but tell them, prove it. I want proof that you're my spirit guides. I want to make sure it ain't somebody else. And I want some kind of assurance that the messages that I'm a getting is correct information from the universe. Don't bullshit me, And I told my spirit guides a few years back, I don't want no dreams of the future. Don't show me nothing. I don't want to know because it might affect the outcome for me. And what do I mean? Well, if I think that something bad's going to happen, then I'm going to be worried that something bad's going to happen. Now, I know that something bad's going to happen because it always does. Okay. Stuff just happens in the universe. It's going to happen, you know? And people are like, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, avoid it as best we can. But evil ain't going away. No matter how much we pray it out of existence, evil is not going to disappear. It's still going to be here. So what we need to do is just deal with it and learn to deal with it and quit. Oh my God, there's evil in the world. Yep. Well, what are we going to do about it? Well, we're going to do our best and fight it and everything. But, if you're going to jump up and down about it, oh, there's evil in the world. Okay, calm down. But there's evil in the world. All right, I heard you. But there's a shut up, you know. So there's evil in the world. Yeah, all right. There's evil in the universe. Okay. There's bad energy, but guess what? There's a lot of good energy in the universe too. Let's capitalize on that. But there's evil in the world. I know, but you don't have to keep reminding me. I already know it. Spirit guides can make you something. It fades out too quick. But make sure that your folks are your folks, you know, and make sure that the information now, like for example, I was one of the first people years ago I was Chicken Little, the sky is falling. And I've had come off of that like last night, and Miss Kathy, she is one of the folks from Tampa Catholic, and she has taken care of our Facebook page and things and kept up with people and deaths and dying and, and stuff and over the years. But so anyway, being able to do a card reading for her last night was like really special for me. So here I am, this crazy old geek that had gotten into trouble years ago, and I was able to give her a card reading last night. So that was special for me. So, but anyway, and you never know. You just never know. You don't give up. Just you never know. And so, and you do the best you can along the way. So, in this belief system, how much do you believe? How much of an open mind do you have? Is my mind open enough to have believed that Miss Kathy last night would have come on while I was doing card readings and that I would be able to give her a card reading or that she would want one? Was the first time anybody had ever given her one. And it really fit, and it was like, ooh, so that started out the evening last night. So to me, every time I turn around, the universe has proven to me that when you have faith, that stuff, bad things can happen, but good things can happen too. You have to just be open and aware and believe, and not concentrate on the evil in the universe all the time. And oh my God, I was listening to this preacher, and he was like, "But the evil of the world, and you have to listen to that." It was like, but say something fucking positive, will you? Here you got this congregation that you're preaching, you know, fire and brimstone to, but you're not giving them any option as to how they might be good in this world, or how they might be able to stop the evil. Instead, they're telling people, any of y'all out there, you're the evil ones. Well, wait a minute, quit telling people, and quit damning them, and y'all will be condemned to hellfire, and change your evil ways. And it's like, wait a minute, why don't you show people that this is how you change, not necessarily an evil way, but you change a habit, or you change your personality, or you do better, but screaming at them and condemning them to hellfire. And like, I remember when, listening to that stuff as a child and growing up, and that the fact that people have to be motivated by that sort of thing, to be coerced into the devil, to be coerced into thinking evil all the time. There's nothing but evil around us. All the aliens are evil aliens. No, they're not. But not all of them are good neither. So, but everything is evil. Everything is Satan. Everything is the devil. Everything is this something, and it's like, no, it ain't. It happens, but no, it ain't. Not every time is it like that. And quit telling people that that's the way it is. No, keep an open mind. Keep your thinking open. Can things exist like that? Yeah. But do they always? No. And is every time that? No. No, 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 no. Stop it. And for those folks who try to convince us, that everything is the same, we're all going to get eaten by aliens. No. Could some aliens eat us? Yes. But if you go in the swamp, an alligator could eat you if you're not careful. So stuff happens in the universe. So we keep an open mind. We learn how to keep an open awareness to the universe of all things, and we keep an eye on things. But here's one trick I've learned for real, is if something makes you hyper and you get hyper, there's one there's there are things that will make you hyper, okay? But that doesn't necessarily mean you got to accept it, okay? So here it is that there are things that will make you hyper in the universe, but you don't allow them to make you hyper. Okay. So there's something over there. I'm really excited, yeah, and you're tense, and you're like, your insides are jumping up and down. And that's when you need to take a deep breath and really calm down. Because one of the worst things is like relating back to the accident and holding on to the end of this guy's, the leg that was missing, you know. Um, it's that in that moment you just can't be there. You have to be present, but you can't be freaked out. So You can be freaked out later on, which we both did, but at the time we had to keep our cool. So in any situation where you're inside or you want to be so hyper, but then when you do, you pass that hyperism of the situation on to other people around you. And so, in many other situations in my lifetime, I have noticed that the best way to calm a crowd is to be calm. If you get hyper with the rest of them, then you can't, there's no way to control any situation. So when there was kids jumping up and up and down, and I was doing puppet shows and controlling things, the teachers would always say, "How do you do that?" And I say, "I'm doing it because I'm not hyper like they are. I'm the calm one in the group of 100." And I go, "Okay, everybody." And you're up here and you, "Well, I'm trying to be calm," but I said, "You're going, be quiet, everybody." And yet you're being frantic. You're allowing, because you got 100 kids screaming and hollering, jumping up and down, and you're trying to control them, and they're actually controlling you, because you are accepting the hyper in the room. You know, for me, I take the hyper and it would change it back. And I go, "Okay, everybody, ooh, all right, everybody look at me. Ooh, I'd do something crazy. They'd all go, "What?" And they'd see me being hyper in my controlled situation. And then I ended up controlling the situation because I could control the hyper. I know this might sound really stupid, but it works. So you don't get hyper. Oh, it's 4:21. I've been on here. I got one more hit left, and then I'm going to leave you. But so in a hyper situation doesn't mean you got to be hyper, but you can take the hyperism of the situation if you know what you're doing, and you can control it in other ways. So in life, keeping that open mind, keeping that open, but you've always got your faith. You always believe in the universe. You believe in the creator. You believe, you believe, you believe. And I believe, because I'm going to continue to pray, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And I believe the more that you will accept and open your minds to possibilities. Do you have to believe everything that you see? No, but if you see it, then part of that is believing it. But that maybe you should at least consider it, because there are people, too many people, with blinders on. "Oh, there's no way that could happen." You just wait, you know. "Oh, I don't believe in aliens. They don't exist. I don't believe in such and such." Just wait, you know. So in this world, before you say it cannot exist, just hang on and just say, "Well, maybe." Do you believe it? Well, you don't have to believe it, but you have to believe that, well, maybe in some world or realm or dimension, it could be possible. But to say, "No, it'll never happen," puts you in a box, and you don't want to be in that box. Because as the realities and frequencies are changing, so will our perceptions on these realities change. So it's going to be a fun ride, my friends. And I will continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And learn what you can along the way, my friends. Honestly, pick up things along the way, whether it be crocheting or woodworking or how to plumb a house or, take the opportunity to learn something. You never know. And in the meantime, in my old age, I will continue to learn how to pray better each and every day. That each and every one of you will continue in your own way to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings in the universe. And so I wish you all well. We're coming up to the end of the year. So pack up the stuff that you don't need and make room for 2024. So Miss Chloe and all y'all that might still be watching, I do absolutely love you all. I do. There are folks who say, well, you can't really love me. Oh, shut up. I can if I want to. So I love you, period. There you go. You can't take that away from me. Nanny, nanny, boo, boo. So be safe in life. And let me see how much rockety rock I gotta do to, I gotta find the button on here. You too, Mark. And thanks for hanging out with me. I know I get long winded and it's been 4 hours and some odd minutes or whatever it is. But anyway, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for being there. Cosmic hugs to all of y'all. And I know you, I know you all know that I mean it. So, and I quit trying to convince you a long time ago. So be safe, okay? And maybe for the first or somewhere the New Year's, we'll see what happens coming up here. But I love y'all and be safe, okay? Don't do anything stupid. Stay at home if, or at least go. You don't have to stay at home, but don't be driving around. Yeah, I want to stop streaming. Love you. Till next time. See you.